Call into order Board of Education meeting for Sacramento Unified School District. We have Board Member Singh, and so Superintendent is on his way. Okay, can we start with the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready? And salute. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Someday. I like it someday, Mark. Huh? Yeah. Broadcast statement.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety. It will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communication, and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Sunday, March 19th at 9 a.m. and Monday, March 20th at 12 p.m. It would also be webcast at metro14live.saccounty.net and can be viewed on Metro Cable 14 YouTube channel. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form, which are located in the back of the room, and give them to our communications representatives, along with any handouts you may have for the board prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board, and please state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comments to items that are not on the agenda. If you do have a comment on an item that is listed on the agenda, we will ask you to please defer your comment until your item comes up on the agenda. Please either turn off your cell phones or place them on silent.
Thank you so much. Now we're going to go to our stellar student by Member Singh.
All right. What I believe is fashionably what I've been doing is not following rules. So I'm breaking away from the rules again tonight and moving a bit away from the traditional Stellar Student Award ceremony and instead highlighting what makes our stellar students great, and that is stellar teachers, stellar parents, and stellar programs. So it's my honor to introduce Ms. Toby, who is here tonight, to speak about our parent participation preschool program. Ms. Toby has been a teacher at SCUSD within the program for 13 years, and for the last 5 years, she's been at Tahoe Elementary, which, as you know, is in Area 2, and one of only a handful of parent participation preschool program sites in our district. I have visited Ms. Toby's classroom, and I am so impressed by the learning offered to our young ones, some as early as 2, and creating a positive atmosphere of learning for parents and students alike. I hope we can move this program out of adult education into early education and really appreciate Yvonne Wright's leadership in working to start these conversations with our site teacher directly. Ms. Toby, floor is yours to give us more information about the program and introduce our stellar parent and the stellar students who have come tonight.
Okay, thank you. So those of you, I know many of you on the board, our program has been around since 1948 in the school district. The parents are our students, but it is run in a preschool classroom. We have between 5 and 7 parents every day volunteering in the classroom, designing with guidance from the teachers, curriculum and activities for the children. We also have parent nights once a month where I like to call it parent support, which is just parent-to-parent support and also parent education. We function kind of like a preschool family is what I had a meeting the other day. So we're a really, it's a great community and a group of parents that the district wants to have involved in Sac City. So tonight I kind of wanted to recognize one of my students, Rebecca Gross. So Rebecca Gross has been in the program. She's had 2 children go through the program, one child who is in the program right now. But it's so great because in our program we get so many parents who we pull all of their experience and education. So she's got some special ed education. We've got parents in our class that are nurses and doctors, and we've got parents in our program that work for Alta Regional Center that are therapists. So in our classroom, we have so many resources that and as a teacher, that I get to pull from. So Rebecca has been amazing in helping this year run all of our field trips. So she goes above and beyond, not just planning field trips, but designing these amazing flyers and links to RSVP. A few years ago, when our program was kind of under the chopping block, she's like, let's go. I'm going to make she's a champion, and made all these t-shirts, and we all showed up and we filled the boardroom. So these are the kind of parents that you want in your school district. So this is why tonight I kind of wanted to bring her forward and her kids and recognize her tonight.
Rebecca, do you have a few words you want to say?
Sure. So I think Ms. Tamara highlighted the parents who come into her program with a lot of skills. I think that what is kind of magical about it is that we are also in the room with parents who don't have a lot of skills. Parents who are coming in and this is their first kid and they don't have a community and they don't know even to recognize that their kid might have a disability or to recognize that their kid needs more social interaction or different social interaction. And then we are all together to say, oh, well, let's help you. It's not a surprise when that kid gets into kindergarten because they've been in a very supportive environment where we all are. I mean, it is kind of like a family. It's a place where after just a couple of months of being in the program, I was comfortable saying, hey, other parent, do you want to trade watching our babies so that it's easier for us to go and do our volunteer time in the classroom? Or, hey, a different parent, can you stay a couple minutes late with my kid because I'm running late? And we need those kinds of relationships. And I think especially post-pandemic, parents really need to form a community quickly because we've gone so many years without that. And so Ms. Tamara's program, because it is economically accessible, it is much, much, much cheaper than private preschool. And it's accessible to those of us who are home all day with our kids, that it creates those relationships very, very quickly and very effectively because we're working in the classroom together alongside our kids. So I have been very grateful that we've been able to be a part of this. And we have one more year. So I'm excited to see what happens with maybe moving the program over under early learning to see how that works out. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 5 certificates. We're going to come up and hand these out. We have a stellar teacher, stellar parents, stellar students. It's a stellar day. So,
all right. We also have a comment from Board Member Pritchett.
Thank you, Member Singh, for breaking the rules and bringing this stellar program to us. As many of you know, I was a parent participation preschool parent when my baby was young. And though I did not have the pleasure of being in Ms. Tamara's class, I did have our beloved Miss Anita. And the relationships that I built in that classroom, I still talk to these parents to this day. So just thank you so much for keeping the spirit alive and working so very hard. I know we've had so many conversations and they're not going to stop, and we're going to keep plugging forward. So thank you so much.
Yes, get down.
Oh, so now we're going to come down and take a picture. Member Singh's going to give you a whole lot of certificates. All right.
I think if you just text me your sizes, I can.
No? You want to get a picture? Get in the back? You want to come out here with me? Can I go in there with you? I can't? Oh, I can go in there with him. Now you have okay. I can come down like this? Okay. He said I can come down with Ellis.
Ellis, that's for you.
Oh my gosh. Look at that. Can I see? Is there also one for Ika?
She decided to go to cross practice tonight.
That's fair. That's fair.
Ellis, I think you're supposed to come out here in the front in the middle.
Yes.
Oh, that's okay. Just hold up your paper. Show her your paper. There you go.
You just want the paper?
You can stand in front of me.
There you go. I'll help you. Can't read cursive yet.
Here, I'll help you.
You say thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, little buddies, I think we need to go home and go to
All right, now we're going to item 5.0, announcements of actions taken in closed session.
Good evening, President Rhodes. There are two announcements coming out of closed session. First, the board approved a special education settlement agreement identified as OAH case number 2022-110682 by a vote of 6-0 with member Phillips absent. Second, the board adopted resolution 2022-2023D1I pursuant to Education Code Section 44929.21 to non-reelect a probationary certificated employee and authorize the superintendent or his designee to notify that employee of their non-reelection by a vote of 6-0 with member Phillips absent.
Thank you so much. Okay, moving to item 6.0. Before we go to item 6.0, given the anticipated length of tonight's meeting and the number of items that the board has to address, I would move to postpone items 9.3 and 9.4 to a future board meeting. These are both only informational items. So do I have a second on that? Second?
Third.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye across the board. All in favor, it looks, member, excluding member Phillips. Okay, motion passes. That means we will be taking item 9.3 and 9.4 off of this meeting and presenting at a future Board of Education meeting. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Now we're going to move on to public comment. Public comment. Do we have any public comments today?
We do. Good evening, President Rhodes. We have several speakers signed up. We'll begin with Yvette Menifee, followed by Cassandra Jennings, and then John Borsos has given his time to Damian Harmony, so Damian Harmony gets 4 minutes.
Okay, let's get it going. Mr. Menifee? Yes. Hello, how are you doing?
Tall.
Hello, everybody. What I'm about to talk about, I have been struggling with for over 10 years. I'm going to express my frustration with the fact that Fernbacon 8th grade students are not getting an equitable chance to attend high schools of their choice, in particular West Campus. Over the years, I've attempted to share my frustrations with people who I believe at the time would listen and take this into consideration. I've tried to make meetings with a particular board member, and that never just didn't work out. I tried to express this at my district counselor meetings for years, and so has my co-counselor, Thomas Avalar. Nothing has worked. I'm embarrassed and I'm ashamed to say that I became discouraged and I felt defeated. With anger and disgust, I accepted that these high schools do not want Fernbacon students. Guess what? Our families don't even know what these inequities are. They aren't as loud as other parents. Some don't speak English. They work and cannot lose time to go complain about these types of things. They look to us as educators and staff as professionals. They trust and they believe us. 2 things to think about. When West Campus admits 200 to 235 freshmen each year, do you know how many are from Fernbacon? Last year, 5. Do you know how many are coming from Sutter or Cal or any other school? I urge you to do the research yourself, and I hope that you will be as disgusted as we are and have been. I'm tired, and I will not accept this any longer. And I apologize to my community that it took me this long to speak up in this setting. The other thing to consider is that West Campus still uses a tool called the PSAT as part of their admissions process, which the University of California system has stopped using due to it being, quote, unfair to minority and low-income students. This part of the process is directly related to how our students are getting cut out. They have 4.0 GPAs, GATE classes, and advanced math classes. Please stop talking about equity and representation. I've been in the room where things like this happen, and I've been ignored for years, and I've accepted that the system doesn't care about our kids. It's discouraging and disgusting. I was told that there simply aren't enough resources to be able to get me the data for this year, recently, just a few days ago. Maybe you will have more luck than I have. Again, our Fern-Bacon families, I'm sorry that it took me so long to get here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Ms. Jennings.
Good evening, President Rhodes, members, trustees, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Cassandra Jennings, and I'm the current chair of St. Hope Public Schools. I have been engaged and working closely with Sac City Unified School District for over 35 years. My children went to schools here. My nephew, who lived with us, graduated from Kennedy in 2019, and I'm an original member of the Black African American Advisory Board that started when I was with the Urban League. My support and advocacy remains the same: quality education for all students with an intentional equity lens for Black and brown and marginalized children. Education is the game changer. The work at Sacramento High School and PS7 elementary and middle schools continues to lift up students and families, not only for academic success, but to also build self-esteem and character as they see who they are and who they want to be. Last month, we launched our speaker series and for Black History Month, and it was over the top. We brought business leaders, communities, even Chef Q, and even some Sac High graduates, a college student, as well as the former WNBA, Vicky Bond. And what we saw is just delighting and encouraging for the kids. In addition, our Sac High sports program is building much self-confidence, discipline, as well as character in the scholars to be great. I am pleased to say that Sac High's basketball team is back. Sac High won the San Joaquin Section Division III title. We are happy under the leadership of Matt Johnson, who's not only a Sac High grad, but also he has just been announced to be the San Joaquin Section Basketball Coach of the Year. So hooray, hooray. Mac's not with me today, but the athletic director, John O'Con, is. Thank you so much, and we are glad to be part of the change that we all want to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jennings. Mr. Harmony, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
I spoke last time here enumerating our failure of a superintendent's failures of the last year. He's still here, so am I. So I'm going to talk more about things going farther back than I'm going to be more direct. In 2018, as of today, my school evacuated during a lockdown. Afterwards, he showed up and spoke to the press, bought us food that day, and sent over a ream of paper that was called a safety plan. It was a compliance document. It did not take into account the realities of the physical location of our school. Today is the 5-year anniversary of that event, so I had to come down here and talk to that. The only thing that's changed in those 5 years has been my waistline and his response time. Both have grown. In 2019, we had a one-day strike because he was still pushing the big and proven lie that the district was around the corner from utter financial ruin. The massive amounts of reserves that y'all have expressed discomfort with were still at excessive and obscene levels then. The strike was over the fact that although he'd signed the contract, he'd refused to implement it. He didn't sign it in his heart, you see, but he did sign it in ink, and that's legally binding. It should have taken zero effort and had no strike at all. In 2020, COVID hit us, and we had our shutdown. And while I have plenty of room in my heart for grace when it comes to people not knowing what to do next, leaders lead in difficult times. Why else do we pay him such a salary but to incentivize him to make the tough calls instead of waiting for the county to tell him that it's raining when we're already soaked? His fecklessness led to a week's worth of exposures, which included a sub who later died of COVID. After that, he issued a cease and desist order to teachers, preventing us from reaching out to our students and families during a once-in-a-4-generation pandemic, leaving countless people in the dark. In 2021, our superintendent dragged his feet, tried to govern by fiat, and refused to negotiate effectively until the 11th hour on how to return safely, treating our safety and our students' safety as something that could be compromised, despite amassing huge amounts of monies from the state for that very purpose. Then there was the matter of negotiating our contract while hoarding to such a degree that Smog himself would have sent a note from Mount Doom telling him to ease up and be less obvious. In 2022, we had an 8-day strike, in which he came down to the bistro behind us, which we had to occupy, to tell us to our face, and I was there, I'm not here to negotiate. Were it not for parents occupying his massive outer lobby, one of the only well-ventilated spaces in our district, we might still be there. And all the while, he continued to amass monies for an imaginary emergency during an actual emergency. And when it came time to go back to work, he refused to negotiate to figure out how to avoid a $47 million penalty for the lost days to our students. But at least he finally had to spend some of that reserve fund. And he'd gathered so much of it that it didn't make that much of a dent. Meanwhile, our French books still discuss France. Our history books predate our invasion of Iraq, and our geography books are still older than 6 countries and all of our students. It's now 2023, and there's a new board. You all are here because you saw these problems, and you saw a need for a change and ran. 5 of you are. And yet, still he sits there, putting on an appearance of listening while texting board members that he thinks he can sway. He continually puts forth contracts and tries to spend more money on all but my students and colleagues. There is a buyout clause in Superintendent Aguilar's contract, and even if it costs us $1.5 million, given what he's cost us, I'd say it's money very well spent. Hell, you can take it out of our textbooks for next year. It's not like we see that money anyway. And you can still pass a resolution saying the opposite is true, like he was encouraging you to do a couple months ago. You are our students' stewards of their education, and I truly believe in the decency and goodness of a majority of you. You have a leader who's proven for 5 years that he's not one, and I cannot see a single metric through which you could claim his success. And since we have the money, buy out his contract. At least that way, the money that he's cost us will lead to something positive.
Thank you, Mr. Germany.
Thank you.
Do we have any other public comments?
We do. Next group of speakers, Zachary Bryant, followed by Monica Landeros, Rich Vasquez, and Ramsey Odom.
Hello, Mr. Bryant. Is that Kennedy gear you have on, sir?
What's that?
Kennedy gear you have on today?
Kennedy gear, yes. Thank you for starting it. My name is Zachary Bryant. I am a Spanish teacher at Kennedy High School. I am a SCTA rep, and I was on the bargaining team. So I'm here to express my concern for the school district's use of outside contractors, the costs that they incur, and the effects that this has had on our students. An example of an outside contractor that our district has used is the Lozano Smith for legal services. Under their counsel, the district did not honor a contract that the superintendent had signed in 2018, which then caused us to go on a strike in 2018. So this resulted in a loss of ADA funding for that day, but more importantly, also a loss of a learning day for our students. Last year, under the same counsel of this outside contractor, the district also had an 8-day strike. This time, not only losing more ADA funding and valuable learning days for students after a pandemic, but also a $43 million fine by the state. This during a time when the district continued to say that we were going to run out of money. This, along with numerous legal fees, the outside contractor has advised the district in ways that have cost them over $50 million. This is money that could have been used to pay for things like the music instruments and repair shops that had not gotten paid. Let's see. Also, substitutes in the classrooms that we were lacking, or even curriculum for independent study students who didn't have them in the beginning of the year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next person coming. Hello.
Good evening.
I apologize. I didn't hear your name, and I wanted to make sure that I got that.
Yeah, it's Monica Landeros.
Hello, Ms. Monderos.
Hi.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, I have two kids at Kennedy, a sophomore and a senior. I'm also a graduate of Kennedy a few years ago. My sophomore, she's in PACE English 10, and unfortunately, the teacher has been on an extended leave since early December. So from that time, it's my understanding from her that no instruction was being given in the class. This is a PACE English 10 class, and so I was concerned because it's a core subject, so I contacted the school, didn't hear anything. Multiple emails, phone calls, phone messages, didn't get a response, so I finally did get in touch with her counselor, and counselor was able to give me some general information. The chair of the English department, she was also helpful, and she provided what she could, but they can't provide an update on what's been happening since. I have asked, and they both told me that I need to contact the administration because they can't comment on what's going on in another teacher's class. So I contacted the administration, but while I'm waiting for a response there, I'm here tonight to ask the board the same types of questions that I've already asked. What's the plan for keeping the students on track with all that they need to learn this year? What support can you give the administration at Kennedy to ensure that they have the ability to address this issue? And is there some sort of concrete plan for the curriculum in the event that the teacher does not return? As I mentioned, the students have been without a teacher since early December. I think that's plenty of time for the school to come up with a plan on how to address this. They need to be prepared for 11th grade English, and that in turn is going to have an effect on 12th grade. So I am very concerned that they're going to fall behind because this hasn't been addressed. The students of Mr. Lee's class deserve better.
Thank you so much. And then can the IAS from the area, can we have somebody connect with her, please? Mr. Swan. Okay, thank you. Rich, how you doing, my brother?
All right, good evening, Board President Rhodes, Superintendent, members of the board. First off, thank you. When community members and educators and stuff start coming, calling out what's going on at West Campus with selective school site and stuff like that, that's how it's going to change. That's how you're going to change the system. Quit feeding into it, right? You guys, selective school site pipeline, right? So, all right, that's what we need. Thank you for coming up here again. You split my family up. One at Johnson, one at West Campus, and it kind of crushed us. I ain't never gonna get over it, right? I'm a single parent with my two kids all the time, and you split us. It's terrible. Let me get on to this stuff at Hiram Johnson. I've been on a school site council every year, 4 years, every meeting, whatever, 30, 50 meetings, whatever. And this year we have some CSI funding. It's called Comprehensive Support and Improvement. We have $545,000 right now on our SIPSA with 2 months left of the school. We get that funding because our dashboard is terrible. Again, right, when you talk about these families, even thinking about Johnson, you go and check out their scores. Any knowledgeable parent, anyone that understands what's going on, they ain't going to send their kids into 9% math, 12, 15% English passage rate. Are you guys going to do that? No, huh? So that's what's left over there, so we need to work, right? So CSI funding, $545,000. We need to train. What the school site, we need to understand, right? So what are we doing? $545,000, that's crazy. What are we doing with it? I've been asking, and no fault to the admin over there. They're great. They're doing a lot with getting the things. But they're asking, I'm trying to figure out how to spend this, Rich. So again, I know we have problems with training and stuff. Isn't training like optional? I think it's even over the whole time over there. Like we had a school improvement grant previously before this, and we're gonna have a community schools grant. We're getting all this money. That's what it's about, funding. So is the people on site gonna understand that they need to start doing better because the kids keep coming, whatever they are. That's what we are. English learner. All the odds stacked against us, we need to start understanding that because, again, all the funding's coming through. $545,000 still left with 2 months left on the SIPSA. How can I approve the SIPSA for next year if we ain't even spending what we're doing now? You want parents involved, and look what I'm looking at, right? Who's going to come deal with this? Nobody, right? That's why you don't get nobody there. And then, again, school communities grant, please, Trustee Phillips and Trustee Villa, please try to get involved, right? All your Oak Park. I'm from Oak Park. I ain't Tahoe Park. I'm East Park. I'm Oak Park. So that means we're funneling into this school. So I hope you guys start trying to pay attention, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Do we have other public comment? Do we have other public comment?
Yes, Mr. Ramsey Odom is walking up.
Mr. Odom, how are you doing, sir? Doing well, doing well.
Greetings, Superintendent and the board. My name is Ramsey Odom. I'm coming on behalf of transportation. We are so encouraged now because we know that we're getting close to the finalizing our salary structure. We know we have faith in you guys that you guys are already working on the behalf. So all we want to see is to get back to the table so we can complete the transition because we're running on 69 drivers and we're running like 1,500 students a day. So we're the task is kind of hard against us to try to meet that mandate every day. So all we ask is if we can come back to the table and just finish and finalize what we have already started. We are patiently waiting. We know that you guys are working very hard so we can get there. So I'm very thankful for I've been here 33 years, and I see this life of a bus driver as something rewarding to my life and all the other drivers that are here too. So if we can finish up, come back to the table, we appreciate it very much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And do we have, for the SEIU report, there's somebody here for that report today? Do you know?
I do not know.
Mr. Ramsey, if you, at a certain point in SEIU report, if you guys are here still, I would love for you guys to do come up for the SEIU report. That would be helpful. So please stick around. How about that? Thank you. All right. More public comment. I'm sorry.
We have no more, sir.
We have no more public comment. Okay, so we're going to go to Communication Employee Organizations Report, SCTA. Nikki, how art thou? Doing well.
Prepared for a late meeting. Thank you for moving the agenda a little bit.
A little bit.
Good evening. I'm Nikki Malevsky. I'm First Vice President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. And I'd like to start off by thanking President Rhodes and board members Jean, Phillips, and Singh for attending a public forum we held last night at Luther Burbank with the Natomas Teachers Association, the Folsom Cordova Education Association, and the Twin Rivers United United Educators, about community schools. We heard from a member from the State Board of Education who is also an educator in Montebello, and also from the San Diego Union president and a top administrator about how community schools are supposed to work, with an emphasis on cooperation with shared leadership and shared decision-making. Unfortunately, Sac City Unified stood out as an example of how not to do community schools. On Tuesday, the California Public Employee Relations Board issued its 22nd complaint against this district since Jorge Aguilar became our superintendent. This latest complaint is based on the district's unlawful effort to implement community schools, not only in violation of labor law, but also the CDE guidelines related to the 4 pillars of community schools. It was reported that Natomas Teachers Association and Natomas Unified will be signing an MOU on shared governance in community schools, following the example of other school districts throughout California that are abiding both by the letter and the spirit of the law. But Sac City, under Superintendent Aguilar, is a serial labor violator. Out of 1,100 school districts in California, SCUSD is number 1, the single biggest labor law violator in the entire state. At your last meeting, you took a small step in changing Mr. Aguilar's anti-union strategy by refusing to extend a contract of an outside labor consultant, Margarita Maldonado, and we appreciate that. At that same time, board members asked for information related to another anti-union labor consultant retained by Mr. Aguilar named Pam Manweller. We have been asking for information related to Manweller's contract since January 27th and still have not received any information from the district responsive to that formal information request. The board asked for similar information. We would like to know if you, as the decision makers, have received that information yet. Additionally, tonight, you have the opportunity to take another step forward in your review of the Lozano-Smith contract. We have already expressed our concerns to you in a letter that we sent to you earlier this week that hopefully you've had a chance to review and look carefully at what your staff is asking you to do tonight. But here we are on March 16th, and we still don't have a date confirmed to begin negotiations. Despite an agreement signed by Mr. Aguilar that negotiations would begin on or before December 1st, we still don't have a concrete bargaining date. Mr. Aguilar's decision to delay bargaining hurts educators and it hurts the district, and it hurts our students. While surrounding districts have already reached agreements to raise wages significantly and improve our services to kids, Mr. Aguilar's foot dragging ensures that Sac City's wages will be far less competitive when it comes to recruiting and retaining staff. This is hiring season. We need to be out there recruiting and making sure that our teachers that are currently with us stay with us. But that's not the only part of the strike settlement that Mr. Aguilar has failed to implement. He has refused to convene a committee to discuss special education, and we all know that that desperately needs to occur. He's refused to convene a committee to discuss child development, which also desperately needs to occur. Substitute teachers have still not received their COVID pay, and to date, Mr. Aguilar has made no effort to discuss whether there will even be professional development days prior to the beginning of the school year. Mr. Aguilar's failures to honor agreements is legendary. His failures not only reflect poorly on him, but they reflect poorly on you as a school board. It is time to stop making excuses and start getting results. Let's start with honoring agreements and abiding by California labor law. Is that really too much to expect? Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Nikki. Next, we have SEIU. My brother, he walked out, huh? Oh, he's right there. Are you? Yes, SEIU, we have you guys on communications report, if you guys have opportunity. Okay, so my brother, would you come up to the thing, please, just as a formality of it? What I wanted to say to you today, since we're here and you're on the agenda, if you could please follow up with your leadership inside the union and check the emails and see what was passed across for you guys today.
Sure will.
And we appreciate your time coming out tonight.
Thank you so much,
The
sir.
formalities of you having to be up here so I can talk to you in this way is just formalities.
Right,
I'll
yes,
ask
sir.
you to stay.
Yes, sir.
But please check in with Carla and see what was passed today so that we can continue having those conversations and get this to the finish line.
Most definitely, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Okay, do we have, well, we never have, but TCS, Teamsters, UPE. Okay, so we're going to go to our District Advisory Committee, 8.2. The CAC, hey, Lily was here. I could have got her up there. CAC, I know. CAC, no. DLAC, LCAP, Student Advisory Council, nothing? Okay. Black African American Advisory Board. Okay. Student Member Report. You don't have anything you're not doing?
No, because everything I want to speak about is.
Okay, that works as well. We're gonna move to item 9.0, special presentations. We're gonna go to 9.1, approval of Women History Month resolution number 3309, presented today by Member Villa.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight. We always appreciate it. So March is Women's History Month. This is a month to celebrate the contributions of women in our history and our culture and our society. It was founded in 1987 and put in place by President Jimmy Carter. And my hope with this resolution is that we can continue to empower young girls and women, not only around the nation, but here in Sacramento, to be courageous and recognize our power by inspiring current and future generations. May we continue to grow, succeed, and be treated equitably and be recognized for our contributions. Here in Sac City Unified School District, we currently have a little over 4,550 female employees. That's quite a lot when you're thinking about we have about 5,000 employees. Our cabinet is predominantly women. Our educators, our classified staff, this board, women. I wanted to acknowledge some of the amazing work that our team here is doing. And I talked to Dr. Tiffany Smith-Simmons today, and we were talking about some of the incredible work that our organization is doing for women. A variety of opportunities that we do that focus on wellness. Dance aerobic class on Mondays. We have networking avenues such as the drip sessions, Espresso Yourself, the emerging coaching support program we launched earlier this year in partnership with SCOE, a partnership with Sac State that has afforded us opportunities to have dedicated focus groups. And those sessions have been attended primarily by women educators and gave voice to that segment of our employees. Our Girl Summit, Girl Inspired, which will take place on May 24th this year. So those are just a few of the items that we offer here at Sac City Unified School District. And my hopes and continuing talking with our staff, again, our conversations with Dr. Simmons, is that we will continue to expand those efforts. And I'm looking forward personally as a board member to digging deeper with our team so we can look at continued new opportunities with our staff and obviously this board as well. Lastly, I could sit here and talk about all of the amazing women that have guided me to this point in my life, but tonight's agenda, we do not have time for that. So I'd also appreciate this board not taking for that space either. But we know that women have been and will be the bedrock of this nation and this district. This resolution for me, I did not want it to be just another piece of paper. It's not a hashtag. I don't want a social media post about it. This is an ongoing action item that we need to be accountable for and committed to for as long as I'm sitting on this dais. So on to the resolution. Whereas the advocacy efforts of the National Women's History Project led to an annual observance of Women's History Month, which highlights the contributions of women to events in history and contemporary society and is celebrated during March in the United States. Whereas women of every class, race, and ethnic background have made significant and historic contributions to the growth and strength of our society in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Sacramento City Unified School District honors the contributions that women have made throughout history and commit to support these efforts to improve opportunities for girls and women.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So before we hop in, do we have before we hop into board discussion, do we have any public comment on the topic?
We do not.
Okay, hopping in to board discussion. Let's have Member Singh. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. I want to make this quick, but I just want to add that the point of Women's History Month is to call to the importance of equity, equal pay, equal rights, and then the work I, as someone who identifies as a man, need to do to continue to push and support women and recognizing my own privilege and ensuring that that work is done. I also want to just call out the fact that National Women's Day was observed on the 28th of February in 1908, and it is the result of a strike from the Socialist Party of America. So I want to call out to the fact of how these things started. And I said it last time, these days exist because you don't get the equality throughout the rest of the year. That's why these days exist, because we have to call it out. So I want to just do my part in calling it out and hope to be held accountable by everyone to make sure that we're providing a voice to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to move on to Member Phillips. Oh, no? Okay. Do we have any other board members?
No.
Say it again? Go girls. Go girls. We do have someone. Member Phillips is back. MVP.
Sometimes it feels like hockey with the buttons going back and forth. I just want to read in my support of the resolution for Women's History Month. I want to be cognizant of the fact that equality is not equity. And we are forgetting some very important women in this resolution, which are trans women. I don't know where they are. And I think we need to make sure that we really highlight them as much as we're highlighting everybody else. But I do understand we need to focus on making things better for women in general. But I'm always going to take the stance of where I come from. So I think that's all I have to say. Don't forget about the trans women because they are here and they're not in here.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Member Villa.
Thank you so much, Member Phillips, for acknowledging that. That should be in there. So I'd like to make an amendment to fix that resolution and add that in because that is absolutely important for this resolution to move forward. And then I would like to make a motion for that. Do I need a second? Please, thank you.
Amendment, second to that amendment. Okay. And so did you guys get the amendment and the second of putting in trans women also as a recognition in Women's History Month? So we're going to hold that because we still have board discussion. So hold that amendment and second, and we have more board discussion to get through. Okay. Member Jean.
So I want to be very specific. Where are we going to put it into the resolution? So I'm looking at it right now. That's where I was thinking too. So women of every race, class, what would be the word here? That's where it gets tricky. So do we want to say every race, class, and ethnic background, comma, including trans women, comma? It's not the best wording, but on the spot.
I mean, it could work.
Not excluding?
Yeah, I mean,
Not to exclude.
if we were looking at this from an equity standpoint, we should be able to just put women, period. Then we don't have to worry about all of this. But apparently, we need to make sure that we identify who is, assigned to this. So, women of every race. And we could put the word woman in there 15 times. Women of every race, women of every class, women of every ethnic background, to kind of beat it with a hammer. But, sexual preference sometimes gets messy. And that puts me in a position where I'm thinking that maybe we really should just refer to ourselves as women. Female, or what is it? What do we call it?
As women.
That would be good. Thank you.
And I hope you caught all of that, Ann.
Sorry.
Do we want to, what about women of every race, class, and ethnic background, comma, including all women, all who identify as women, including trans women, comma.
I think all identify.
Just change it to be all. Oh,
Sorry. Yeah.
Can I just offer a real quick word? I know I'm not on that agenda.
Sure. I'm not the president, though.
Please indulge me for 5 seconds.
FY, this is out of the norm, but as the will of the board, we raise a show of hands to let Mr. Harmony speak outside of the time that he's allowed to speak usually.
Thank you.
Who is all in favor, please raise your hand. That seems like the majority of the board. Who is not in favor, don't raise your hand. Okay. So, Mr. Harmony, you have 2 minutes, sir. Please, very quickly.
I need 10 seconds at the most. First, I will defer to any trans individual in here who has something better than what I'm about to offer. Gender expression is what we have in our classrooms. So the list that you gave, including gender expression, and if that is not inclusive enough, I am happy to be corrected, and I will change what's in my school or in my classroom as well. But that is what I would recommend. I believe that covers it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Board members, we're asking.
I think I have, thank you. Women of every race, class, gender expression, and ethnic background.
Yeah. Sum it up.
Woohoo!
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll second it.
You'll second that?
Yeah.
All right. So we have that new amended motion with a second. All in favor? Right. Okay. Sorry about that. So student preferential vote. Aye. Aye. Can we do a roll call vote? He wants to know the minute language. Sorry.
I was also going to consider, do we want to add and sexual orientation? No? Okay. All right. Whereas women of every race, class, gender expression, and ethnic background have made significant and historic contributions to the growth and strength of our society in countless recorded and unrecorded ways.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have clarity on what the motion is. And there's a second. And we already have our student preferential. As superintendent, can you have a roll call vote? Thank you.
Member Jean?
A resounding aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
Yes.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye. Thank
Okay.
you, team.
Motion passes. Now, I'm sorry. Say it again. The original motion passed, and I think that was both the same. That was the original, yeah.
That was the motion to
Yeah.
approve the resolution as amended.
Yeah. We're good. We're good. No problem. No problem. Thank you for the clarity, Member Kayada. Okay, so next on the agenda, we are going to have Ms. Kangas to come up, and we're going to be approving of our Trans Day of Visibility resolution. Come on up. And Ms. Flores, I apologize. I read what was on the paper. That's what they have me here doing. This is my job.
Good evening, Superintendent and members of the board. I'm happy to be presenting with Victoria Flores, our Transgender Day of Visibility resolution, which is quite lengthy. So we're going to pull out a few key points, but the full resolution, for anybody who wants to read it, is on the back table. It's printed out and in front of you as well. I want to ground us first in why does this matter? Why are we doing this? We support and lift up our transgender staff, students, and families. And I just want to ground us in our guiding principle that all students are given an equal opportunity to graduate with the greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options. And also call out that we recognize that our system is inequitable by design, and we vigilantly work to confront and interrupt inequities that exist to level the playing field and provide opportunities for everyone to learn, grow, and reach their greatness, including our trans students, staff, and families. Whereas on March 31st, 2009, trans activist Rachel Crandall started the International Transgender Day of Visibility to bring trans and gender nonconforming people together and celebrate their contributions to society, as well as raise awareness of discrimination faced by trans and gender nonconforming people. Whereas International Transgender Day of Visibility is a time to celebrate the lives and achievements of transgender, non-binary, gender non-conforming, and gender diverse individuals around the world, and to recognize the strength, courage, and determination it takes to live openly and authentically. And whereas International Transgender Day of Visibility is also a time to raise awareness of the discrimination and violence that the transgender community still faces, which make it difficult and unsafe for many transgender people to be visible. Whereas according to the ACLU, so far in 2023 alone, 378 anti-LGBTQ bills have been introduced. And 182 of those bills focus on schools and our education system, targeting transgender students and limiting their resources, limiting discussion of who they are, and limiting their opportunities in extracurricular activities. Whereas the district has a responsibility to ensure that all students who reside within its boundaries, regardless of gender identity and gender expression, can safely access a free public K-12 education. Whereas the district welcomes and supports all students regardless of gender identity and gender expression. Whereas the district recognizes that all employees are valued members of the school community, including those who are transgender, non-binary, and gender diverse employees and educators. Whereas the district recognizes that the families in our community come in many different forms, and the district values all of our families and students' caregivers, including gender identity or gender expression or sexual orientation. And whereas creating a welcoming and safe school environment for our transgender students, staff, families, and caregivers makes our school community more welcoming and safe to all.
All right, and then I'm going to read a few of the be it further resolved. So be it further resolved that the district has procedures to address anti-LGBTQ bullying and harassment, which includes procedures for how students may report bullying and harassment and prohibit retaliation against any student for reporting bullying and harassment. The district will ensure that the Title IX coordinators receive appropriate training on LGBTQ issues and require schools to track and report data on incidents of anti-LGBTQ bullying and harassment. Be it further resolved that the district implemented professional development related to anti-LGBTQ bullying and harassment in August of 2022, so that district employees are trained to recognize and respond to anti-LGBTQ bullying and harassment. And I just wanted to pause for a moment and say over 2,000 staff accessed an online training module through Cognito called Step In, Speak Out that's in support of LGBTQ youth and staff. Things like having visual identifiers that we heard from one of our teachers is so incredibly important to create those safe spaces and environments. And then our own LGBTQ support services team recorded a short webinar to talk about the applicable federal and state laws, local district policy, and then what that needs to look like on a school campus and where to go to get help. So we're really just thrilled to be able to have that opportunity and to have so many of our staff take advantage of that. So be it further resolved, the district shall continue to allow students and staff to use affirmed names and pronouns without requiring a legal name change or gender marker change, provide equitable access to all programs and facilities, including access to bathroom and locker room facilities, as needed for all students and staff that align with the students' and staff members' gender, and provide access to gender-neutral facilities. Respect the privacy of all staff and students, and allow students to participate in all physical education, athletic, field trip, and other extracurricular activities according to their gender identity, without requiring legal or medical documentation, both on and off campus. Be it further resolved that the district from here forward recognizes the Monday before March 31st as Transgender Visibility Week in the Sacramento City Unified School District. And I just wanted to call out that SUSD was really innovative. 10 years ago, this district, before my time serving in this role, launched the Connect Center and LGBTQ support services. And a number of dedicated staff have led the way over these years and really being innovative in our county and showing other districts how they can do this. In 2013, Sac City adopted one of the first board policies, Board Policy 5145.31 for transgender and gender nonconforming students, and then recently updated that board policy again in 2018. And I just want to say again, like really leading the way, showing other districts how they can do this work, including in areas like PE testing. How do we do that in a respectful way and that meets everyone's needs? And so I'm just really proud of that work that's happened and continues to happen. So we together respectfully ask the board to adopt resolution number 3310, Transgender Day of Visibility.
Thank you guys so much. Before we go into board comment, do we have any, or board discussion, do we have any public comment?
We do, President Rhodes. We have several speakers signed up. We'll begin with Shonda Westley, followed by Stephanie Steiner, and then Jay Penn and Damian Harmony.
Okay, great. And how many people altogether do we have today?
There's one more after that, Evan Minton after that. So
Okay.
5 total.
Okay. Ms. Wesley, hello.
Hi.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
Floor is yours.
All right. My name is Shonda Wesley. I'm a parent of a fourth grader in the district. First, I want to thank Trustee Villa for her resolution and the expansion of it. While all Women's Equal Pay Day was just on March 14th, Black Women's Equal Pay Day is July 27th, and Latinas is October 5th. So it was very timely, so thank you. About this resolution, I was trying to figure out what to say. I want to start with a story about my kid. They were in class at the end, and I'll get emotional. They were in class at the end of last school year and had the opportunity to see a fellow student's presentation on the LGBTQIA community. They came home, they were so excited. They felt seen. I've never seen them so proud and happy about who they are. All of their friends felt the same way. It was scuttlebutt for weeks about everything that they learned. Yet the Trevor Project estimates more than 1.8 million LGBTQ youth seriously consider suicide each year in the United States, and at least one attempts suicide every 45 seconds. And more than half of transgender and non-binary youth consider suicide. Transgender and non-binary youth face elevated risks of depression, thoughts of suicide, and attempting suicide compared to youth who are cisgender and straight, including cisgender members of the LGBTQ community. And those statistics are the reason why I don't have my kid with me today. The most important fact, I'm running out of time, research has found that LGBTQ youth who found their school and home to be LGBTQ affirming reported lower rates of attempted suicide. It also decreases physical and electronic bullying against these kids. LGBTQ youth who report the presence of trusted adults in their schools have higher levels of self-esteem and access to supportive peers is protective against anxiety and depression. One of the tenets of social emotional learning, which is a priority of the district, is to feel and show empathy for others, establish and maintain supportive relationships, and make responsible and caring decisions. We have a strong policy protecting trans kids in schools. The students and the staff always need to be reminded about that. For all these reasons, this resolution is incredibly important to pass. My child attends a school without barriers of acceptance and support, but not every child is as lucky. Every child should feel supported and seen, and because otherwise, the alternative will be very, very dark. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we, next speaker, please come up to the podium. Oh, okay.
Sorry, since we're breaking with protocol, I'm
Yeah. Plot twist. Go ahead. You could.
Mic is on. So I've been asked to read something, and the reason I'm reading it from here is because we're also talking about accessibility to meetings. This particular parent was unable to make it here, but she wanted to express some things. So it's really short. I've been a parent for 16 years and have 4 children. One of my proudest moments as a parent was when my oldest kid felt comfortable and safe enough to tell us they were trans in passing. In the kitchen, getting a snack. I mentioned safety because not all trans kids have gender-affirming and supportive families. They do go to school 5 days a week. Our schools must serve as safe spaces for the most vulnerable of our community. Trans lives are under attack in this country, and it's incredibly heartening to know that our school board and our district are here to protect and support trans youth. Trans people have always existed, and they always will. This is a proud mother of a trans child from Kit Carson, Theodore Judah. She's got a couple of them.
Okay. Any other board members have like aliases today? No. It's just from your person. I was making a joke. Next person to come up.
Should be Jay Penn.
Jay
Penn, and then Damian Harmony and Evan Minton.
Okay, got it. Hello. Floor is yours.
Hello, school board members. My name is Jamel Penn.
Is,
I am
is,
a free-spirited person.
is your microphone on? In front of you. Yeah.
Hello. Hey.
Hey,
Hello, Sacramento school board members. My name is JaVale Penn. I'm a free-spirited person. I attend Hiram High School as a senior. I want to start by saying we appreciate all the work that the school district has done supporting the LGBTQIA+ identifying students, including the work completed by the Connect Center and the recent Trans Day of Visibility. We are here today to ask you to create a policy to mandate queer safe spaces, or GSA, gender and sexual alliances at the middle and high school levels in the Sacramento City Unified School District. We want the school district to require LGBTQ safe spaces and student groups on middle and high school campuses, as well as resources to accomplish this for following reasons, which the research from the Trevor Project shows. It shows that the LGBTQ+ youth who found their school to be affirming to their identities reported lower rates of attempting suicide. And as was stated previously, 45% of the LGBTQ+ youth seriously considered suicide in the past year. This includes more than half of transgender and non-binary youth, and 1 in 3 cisgender youth. Personally, I feel as if we, the LGBT community, will benefit from this in so many ways. Growing up, I always felt out of place with those who didn't understand me being who I was. I was bullied, ridiculed, and undermined for being a Black, non-heterosexual man. There are so many places for the heterosexual community to be themselves, but it's considered to be normal. Unfortunately, the LGBTQ+ youth don't have that luxury, which is why safe spaces for the LGBTQ students are needed, because youth get the opportunity to be around those who understand and respect their identities. So I feel that safe spaces could unite identifying youth and help and help us through our lives. We have passed out the letter and proposal to you at this time. Please read it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It's more. Oh, wow. Oh, we're all getting
Okay, no, that's fine. All right. Thank you so much. We have next Mr. Damon Harmony. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you again. I am glad for this resolution and the visibility that it brings, given what's been happening across our country. We have an important moment to do what Steve and Fred Rogers have always taught me to do: stand with and for people and show them love, especially in times where hate groups are feeding and feeling emboldened, and they're trying to silence and erase my students and siblings. I want to make sure that you hear someone encourage you specifically to unanimity as a board. Anything less than unanimity sends our students a message that this isn't a safe place, that there are corners where hate can thrive, and where they won't feel safe enough to learn in my class. Thank you for your courage and your decency and your unanimity.
Hello.
Hi, I just want to first say my name is Evan Minton. I want to thank President Rhodes for the bright green light that you gave in helping the transgender, gender diverse, and gender nonconforming community. I want to thank the district staff for all of the work that they did on this resolution. I am an expert witness in front of Congress on LGBTQ+ issues. I am the co-chair of the Transgender Advisory Council for the Lieutenant Governor, and I am the co-chair of the Transgender Advisory Committee for the Democratic National Committee. I'm considered a national expert on these issues. I just want to say thank you for your forefront work on transgender issues, on LGBTQ+ issues. I want to say thank you for not politicizing the lives of transgender kids and adults. I know it's tempting to do in a climate like ours when we see far right-wing individuals trying to politicize kids' lives when all they're trying to do, as my good friend Shonda Wesley said, is go to school. I want to thank you for not trying to delay or deny the full humanity, the full safety, the full respect, or the full dignity of your students and your employees by picking apart a resolution that is full and safe and legally fine by trying to point out any policy concerns or any legal concerns where none should be found. And so I just want to thank you in advance for your support of LGBTQ plus rights, because what I see before me are people who put your students first. I see people who put your employees first, and I see people who put your community first. And so I just really want to thank you, my allies, in coming together and realizing that community comes first. And so thank you for not delaying, not denying, not henpecking something that is just a righteous document that is really going to pull our community together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that's all of the.
No, we actually have 4 more speakers that have added to the list.
Okay.
We have Soren Arana, Quinn Buse, Anna Marie Smith, and Kim McElnay.
Hello.
Hello, I'm Quinn Buse. I went to George Washington Carver for 2 years, and I am a transgender student. So as anti-transgender bills rise and seek to strip humanity and autonomy from trans individuals, it is crucial that we create laws and resolutions to protect the humanity and rights of trans individuals. Without the assurance of the right to bodily autonomy and the right to humanity, existence, and joy, we as trans individuals will not just take a devastating loss, but the whole of U.S. society will be shattered by the impact as well. Our existence is not to be muzzled and silenced. It is to be lifted, elevated, and shouted from the rooftops. We are here, we are queer, and we will not be pushed from existence. It is imperative that trans youth is protected and honored. With the passage of this resolution, we come closer to this reality, come closer to silencing the hateful voices that try to steal trans people's joy. When we bask and honor the lives of trans individuals, our highs, our lows, and acknowledge and raise our fists in resistance to discrimination. We must fight the dehumanization and targeting of trans individuals across the country. We must hold the light of trans voices and not let it be distinguished. The passage of this resolution would be a step in that direction, in schools providing a shelter for trans individuals, a hand to hold the light and fight hate. It is a step in the direction of love and community, not hate and isolation. The passage would honor us. We are here, we are queer, we are not going anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Soren. I am a transgender man. I have been out as transgender ever since I've joined SUSD, and the support that I've received from the district and from my schools has been extremely important into my mental health and experience as existing in this world. Although the school that I went to, which is George Washington Carver, has supported my experience, it has been a harsh time in existing with the current bills that are being made about trans students. And I feel that a current issue that needs to be, the current resource that needs to be handed out needs to be this resolution continuing. So trans students and gender nonconforming students can continue to exist in a safe space that does not feel like everything is against them. As proven by Trevor Project's statistics on trans youth rates of suicide due to lack of support has been extremely high and very low in schools that have shown support towards students. With my experience as a trans student, I feel like this needs to be an important issue that stays on the table and stays updated and not put aside as many people do, and I'm grateful that for these past years, it has been a continuous talking point and continuously supported. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any others? No or yes?
We do. We still have Anna Marie Smith and Kim McElnay.
Okay. Well, Ms. Smith.
My name is Anna Marie Smith. I am the Communications Chair of the LGBTQ Stonewall Democrats of Sacramento. On behalf of our organization, may I say that we enthusiastically endorse the motion to declare March 31st Sacramento's Transgender Day of Visibility. On my own behalf, I want to share an anecdote and a trigger warning: everyone take care of themselves. I was taking my dog for her late afternoon walk in a public park in East Sacramento about a month ago, and I noticed a pair of gender nonconforming goths who were seated on a bench. I admired the stencils on their jackets, their beautiful makeup, their wonderful colored hair, their tattoos. Later, I found out they were siblings. The older goth, a young woman from a nearby high school, had picked up her younger brother from a middle school that happened to be just opposite the park. I then saw a group of about 12 middle school students looming towards their bench, yelling disgusting curses and threats, promising to beat the two goths and to sexually assault them. They screamed that the goths should be beaten since they were pedophiles and they were grooming small children in order to recruit them. Now, a bunch of adult passersby spontaneously came to the aid of the goths. We stood in front of their bench and we yelled back at the haters while one of us escorted the goths to the cars in order to drive them home safely. This one time we stopped this lynching. This one time. And we saved those two people for 1 minute. What is going so terribly, so horribly wrong in our schools? If I could leave you with just one thought, remember their faces, the way we saw them that day, the fear deeply etched onto their young features. They're shaking hands. They're hunched over shoulders. Their posture said to us, "This is horrible, but I'm really used to it." I ask you, where will you stand at this historic moment? When anti-transgender hate defines our entire society and the moral future of our public schools is so obviously at stake. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe we have our last speaker coming up.
I want to close with that.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Now we're going to go into board discussion. So, any board members, hop in the queue if you would like to be called upon. And thank you guys for coming back up. We have Member Jean.
Thank you. So I was reading through this and I'm so inspired and so excited by the work that we're doing. I love seeing how much is already happening in our district. And that is just wonderful to me. As I was reading through this, it feels like we're focusing on some very short-term goals, and I want to ensure that this work gets done and that it happens in a long-term way, and that our short-term steps are getting to long-term goals. So there are 3 times when it talks about 30 days, and I was wondering, why did we pick 30 days, and can we really truly get this work done in that time? Because I don't want to set up our staff and our schools and our students to say we're going to say this is important, but then not really be able to do it. I want us to be able to do it. So one was about creating a self-climate and taking steps to have an LGBTQ liaison and GSAs on, I want to say, every campus. Another one is about looking at all of our collective bargaining agreements to ensure that they are enhancing the protection of the district's LGBTQ community. And I want to make sure that happens, and that if it doesn't happen in 30 days, we still make sure it happens. And another one had to do with our contracts and ensuring that all of our vendors and service and contractors abide by anti-discrimination. So I wasn't sure if that was a policy that we already have that in contracts or not. So I wanted to know, is that work being done so we can hold to these timelines, or do we need to maybe extend those to ensure that the work gets done?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about the contract one, so I will defer to our legal. But even, every year we do training around LGBTQ supports, safe zone trainings. And so we are constantly reaching out to our school sites. By sort of default, our principals serve as, that liaison because they have to uphold board policy. And board policy, right, lays out exactly how we have to support our youth. So we're constantly trying to get more GSAs out there. We had a lot of success in the pandemic. I will say, kind of, shifted things backwards and staffing has changed. And so sometimes when that staff who led that effort, leaves, it can be hard to figure out who else. So we're continuing to reach out to all of our schools. We heard a call for, middle school through high school, but even further down. So within 30 days, I can say we're reaching out, we're working on, making sure that folks are aware of what our policies are, aware of the supports that are available in the training. So I do feel confident about that piece because it doesn't stop. So I'm not entirely sure about the legal superintendent. I don't know if you wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Member Jean, for your questions. Here's how I'm interpreting them, so please correct me if I'm misinterpreting. One, our staff isn't used to hearing from the dais the ability to come back and say, what is a reasonable timeline to make sure that the values that you're wanting to espouse through any resolution penetrate the system deeply enough that we're not just celebrating or honoring for a short period of time. So we absolutely can come back and make sure that we ensure that those timelines aren't just about March as 1 month, so that the value that you're espousing and that you're honoring deeply penetrates our system. In that regard, I think you're absolutely right with respect to contracts, and we can work with our business services department, with our legal counsel, to make sure that where we can modify existing contracts, that we begin to do so. And for new contracts, that we have a system in place to make sure that that language appears in every new contract. So that's how I'm interpreting your comment, especially as a new board member. I'm sure that you have questions about how things look in the system right now. But I do want to just acknowledge Victoria's comments about the fact that Sac City does have a history of honoring all of our students, including our LGBTQ plus students. I often hear when I'm at other meetings, requests from superintendents who want to come visit and see how we've created an entire center to support our students. And so please let me know if you're asking for more specific information to come back. But I do want to just thank you for making a comment as I'm interpreting it.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So my second big question was about the 5 bills that we're looking at moving forward as supporting. And what is our process as a board historically when it comes to choosing to support state legislation? Do we have a committee that looks at that? What is that process?
And I can answer. We do have a bylaw in place, Member Jean, but again, I'd like to just come back and be able to lay out how we have traditionally looked at pieces of legislation. We're in the early phase, of course, as you know, of legislative season. And in many cases, we will see actual language over the next few weeks and coming months. And I'll make sure that we can incorporate that in terms of how we respond to your question about how we've traditionally arrived at decisions as a board to support and provide our support at the Capitol. In some cases, that has meant that I have testified in support of certain bills at the Capitol. In other cases, we have sent letters of support. In other cases, we ask our legislative advocate lobbyists to represent us at hearings as well.
So 2 of these are definitely school focused, 2 of these bills, and the other 3, I can definitely see why they are included in this resolution as significant to our trans communities. My concern is doing official support at this early time, because I've seen too often how things start sneaking into bills and then changing things. So I would feel, I don't know if I want to make a motion at this time, but just like, I'm thinking if we changed it to, we are watching these closely because we want these to be good for our kids. So changing it to a watch position rather than a support position. It would just make me feel like that way we're letting everyone know we are supporting this, we are keeping an eye on it, it is important to us, but we're not going to do full support until we know what actually ends up in the bills. That's just one of the concerns I have. I want to make sure that when we say we put our stamp on it, we're going to follow through, we're going to keep our eyes on it, and we're going to make sure it goes where we all know we want it to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Jean. We're going to go to Member Phillips, MVP. Oh, you guys are switching places. Member Kayada first, and then MVP.
So I also wanted to thank staff and the community members who were involved in drafting this very important resolution. I am so proud to have my kids going to a district and living in a community that values the rights of our LGBT community, especially our trans community. Given where we are in our political climate right now, where the mere existence of trans people is considered a political statement, I'm glad that we have a series of policies as a board and as an educational institution that does not treat these kids as political pawns, and that we really want them to be truly safe in their schools and fully supported. When I was growing up, this was not the case. I've never identified as like any particular heteronormative sexuality, and I didn't understand what that meant growing up. Does that mean I'm gay? I don't know. What does it mean? Maybe I just don't like watching football. But there were no supports in the schools that I went to growing up for me to understand that. I finally got into a GSA in high school and started to put it together a little bit, but it was not comprehensive. It was not something that was really supported. It was something that students did, and the district allowed it to happen. So I am really happy that we are doing more than that. I am really happy to have a really strong, powerful resolution here that will allow us to to deliver on what we've already been doing, as you all mentioned, and making our district even more safe than it has already been, and really clawing in against the political dialogue in the national climate that says that this is a political issue. This is not political. This is our kids, our teachers, our community members being safe. With that said, I don't know if you can hear the emotion in my voice, but it is really important to me that we get this right for the reasons that Member Jean just mentioned. I don't want to commit to something that makes it worse for our kids. And responding to Mr. Minton's public comment, I don't think that making some changes to this resolution is nitpicking. I think it's very important that we get it right so that we don't have a problem where we come back and we've actually not delivered and we've sent a message to our kids that we don't support them. If we say we were going to do something in 30 days and we didn't do it, or if we said we were going to engage this in our labor negotiations, which are ongoing in other areas, and we don't do it within 30 days, that will make it look like we're not supporting our kids. So I am really, really proud to be supporting this resolution tonight. But at the appropriate time, there's a couple paragraphs that I would propose be removed from this current resolution so that we can come back and discuss them comprehensively as a board and make sure that we fully deliver on them. And when they are implemented, they're done fully and comprehensively in a way that isn't just March. It's permanent going forward.
Okay, thank you, Member Kayada. We're going to move over to MVP.
Discrimination, oppression, bullying, victimization, harassment, targeting, things we don't want, things we shouldn't have in our schools, things we shouldn't have on our planet, but we do. Respect, safety, support, recognition, awareness, celebration, open, authentic, strength, courage, and creation. All of these things are very important to me. I want to support my colleagues right now, and I am supporting a couple of these changes that were suggested by members Jean and Kayada. They are not changes to stop what we need. They are not changes to stop what we want in terms of safety for our children. But we have to make sure that while we're making it safe for our students, we're not making it impossible for our district. We already know we have issues implementing things. We have lots of issues with implementing things. But there is a be it further resolved in this that says the district shall continue to all of it. We should be ordered to continue to do all of that. I do have some reservations about the number of bills, and I do echo the sentiment of Member Jean that this is something that we as a district not only need to keep our eye on, but, participate in changes that need to be made in those bills, or, there might be a way for us to step into the fray and make this happen. So I'm in support of this with a couple little tweaks, because I think we need to set ourselves up for success, just like we want to set our students up for success. With that said, I see all these lovely pages, and I want to challenge Sacramento City Unified School District. Next time a month comes up for someone, women, our Pacific Islander students, our Black students, that we take the time and energy to create this for everyone that needs this level of protection in our district. So I appreciate this, but I just, I'm not tearing this down at all. If I had the ability to fight, a little tired today, if I had the ability to fight and make sure that our kids, don't fall into some bucket of people are going to be at that one school that has that stuff going because they have those assembly bills and they're supporting it. I don't want that for our kids. So again, I do absolutely support recognizing, appreciating, loving, and embracing our trans students. That's just how it works. But I want to make sure that, some of the items in here might create an environment that actually might make it more dangerous for our students. And I want to make sure that we're aware of that. And that's us keeping an eye on these bills that are going to stop our students from being who they are. So, next time something comes up, Grace is going to attack this. I will just use your template, and I will make sure that this applies as strongly as it does for other groups. So I'm not trying to center the black plight, because there's a black plight, but there's also a trans plight. And it's so important, because visibility means we don't even see y'all most of the time. And that is the problem, and that's what this is highlighting, and that's why this is important. So I understand, I do support it. I want to make sure that we're ensuring that we have safe environments for our children while we fight the good fight.
Thank you, MVP. We're going to go to Member Pritchett.
Thank you, President Rhodes. I just want to say thank you to the community who came out to speak, and a really special thank you to our students, our very brave students who came out to talk to us tonight. I'm just very proud of you for being brave and coming to us. I've had the ability to sit on this board and lead the efforts from the beginning, and I'm really happy to be able to be here tonight to see this as well. And I appreciate all the comments from our board. I do have some questions in terms of let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wait, they're over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Number 8, the long on the be it resolved right here. In terms of the district shall continue to allow students and staff to use, okay, you know what I'm talking about. Can you tell me, just including the access to bathroom and locker room facilities? I know we passed a resolution back in 2018, gosh, I've been on this board too. 2018, yeah, thank you. I just wanted to ask, in terms of that, I want to make sure that all of our facilities have that access at this point. And because I know we have some smaller high schools like West Campus, we have some facilities that we're working on. Do all of our facilities at this point have that?
I believe so. I know we've got some facilities members here today. I don't know.
Hi.
Nathaniel, come on down.
Yes, sorry. And this is really intentional work that we've been doing to make sure signage is correct. This is in our board policy, actually, that we have to do this. This whole kind of, that big chunk, right, is all reflected in our board policy. And I'll let Nathaniel speak.
Welcome, good sir.
Hello, can you please repeat the question?
I just want to make sure that in terms of including access to bathroom and locker room facilities, that is at all of our facilities, for at least our high schools.
I do know that every single-use restroom in the state is required to be non-binary. We do have that. Spoke recently, a couple months ago, with the Student Advisory Council about that as well. We did go out to sites recently just to confirm that there is access to those. Currently, those are also staff restrooms, so students do have to ask for a specific key to get in, and that's accessible to them.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I was afraid of in that. So I'm hoping that that's something that we can work towards, that they don't feel excluded of having to go into and asking for permission, or maybe using a different part of a school site, right, than their peers. And then in terms of the resolution being passed out at every site, I just want to recommend, and this doesn't have to be like right away, but this is what I would really like to recommend, is that we come up with some type of literature and we work with the Connect Center and work with our students, work with our Student Advisory Council, ask them what they would like to hear, right? Ask them what their peers would like to hear, and in support of them. But coming up with some type of literature of support services, and that was pretty much it for my questions. But I just want to say, once again, thank you, especially to our students. You really got my heart. And safe, to me, does not mean kind of safe. It means safe, and love means love. So I'm happy to support this.
Okay, thank you very much, Member Pritchett. We're going to go to Member Villa.
So I will say thank you to our community and staff for coming tonight to discuss this very, very important resolution. I'm going to start out by saying I'm not an expert in this field, nor would I ever sit on this dais and pretend that I know better than somebody else. And the work that has been put into this document, this is intentional. And like I said, you just said this, honor the intentional work. So to me, I am going to lead by family members, community members, national experts, folks in our staff that understand the importance of 3 pages to take care of our students and our staff. That is really important to me, and I am not comfortable sitting on this dais and pushing it out another board meeting. Not a chance. I'm sorry, but that is not acceptable to me at all. Because of legislation that we don't know necessarily we support, how do we know that? Why do we not support legislation for, that is mind-boggling to me. It's like I said, it's a disservice to our staff and our students and our families to not approve this resolution and move this forward. You always have my support, and I will continue to support whatever you need from me as a board member, as a community member for our students and our staff. But I want to really look at this board and make sure that you understand the implications if we do not work together and support our students and staff and our community, our families, by holding off because of verbiage that, like I said, Lord knows, this was intentional work. This is not just something that you put together at home. This is something that you guys worked really hard on. So thank you. You have my support.
We're going to go to student member McGurk.
So I also wanted to just expand on that. I really do hope we pass this because I see no reason why we should hold off onto another day. Like, if verbiage is really an issue, we could really pass this and refix it if we really needed to. But like they said, it's intentional. And if it's intentional, why should we change it? Like, that makes no sense. I also want to expand on the bathrooms that we had to ask for permission. I also see no reason why I would have to go ask someone for permission to use the bathroom when someone else don't have to be like, hey teacher, can I have your key so I can go to the bathroom? That just seems really unreasonable. Though I really do appreciate this. It shows that this district cares a lot for us and that they're making the right steps towards improving this community and showing that it is a safe place and that even though we may not have safe places at like home or in workplaces, that like this district will be somewhere that we can express ourselves freely. So I do want to say thank you.
We have Member Pritchett. Oh, okay. Like, wow. Okay. Member Singh.
Everybody else gets to speak, so I might as well talk too. First of all, thank you, student member, for speaking up. I really appreciate that, and I do agree. I'm not here to. I didn't want to go through that example. That's obviously not okay to be asking permission and in some ways, to some level, possibly outing yourself if you're not comfortable. I'm going to bring up something that Member Phillips brought up. Is there's a desire for this board to be involved, and I think we've made that very, very clear. And I want to be involved. I want to be involved in what we do moving forward. Especially, we have 2 resolutions that were recently passed, and none of them have the firepower that we're bringing tonight, and that bothers me. We just had Black History Month. Our resolution was this room. How do I put this? I made an entire statement about Tyree Nichols during Black History Month. I talked about what I want to do about hosting a community forum, about bringing people together, and I love the support. I love all the emails I've gotten, but it's not to use an example, but I need folks to show up for everyone. I never got an email about the work I'm going to do for the Black community. I never got an email the work I have to do for the Sikh community. I don't get this type of support, and I see everything. This is visible to me. We're talking about a day of visibility. I'm someone who is visible, and yet I've said it multiple times, I'm invisible. I love the work that you all are doing. I really do. I just want to be involved. I think a lot of the questions we're asking up here wouldn't even have to be asked if we were a bit more, if there was maybe, gosh, how do I make this happen? A committee, Mr. President, where we're actually able to like sit down and continue to move forward with resolutions like this so that we can actually bring forth other resolutions. Hopefully when we do other resolutions in other months, they're also going to have this type of impact for our community and support from our community. So I think that's what I'm really asking for, is that we make sure that moving forward, especially, we have staff working with board members so that we're fully aware of how things are going to go forward, and we're also fully aware of these questions, so that we are not sitting up here asking questions. For the most part, resolutions don't usually bring up many questions. There's a lot in here. And yeah, I'm just asking us to all show up all the time, because I'm happy to show up, but I'm not trying to use my own experiences as an example of what's not happening for my community. But I am saying that I would love to be on that committee, and I would love to work with you all moving forward. But I just want us to be mindful of that one piece, that we need to be in the room with you all, working with you all. And that does not mean we don't trust you. I back what Member Villa is saying. We do trust you. You're putting a lot of work into this. But I'm not up here to be a rubber stamp. And I showed up and I got elected to ask questions and work with the community, and I want to work with staff. So I hope you hear that, and I hope you take us up on that offer, and I'll talk to President Rhodes later about committees. That's it.
Thank you, Member Singh. We have also Member Kayada.
So real quickly, I just wanted to respond to Member Villa. I'm not hearing anyone here say we don't want to pass this tonight. I think we just want to make sure we do it intentionally. If that's not what you think, that's, understood. But I would really like to pass this tonight. It's very important that we do this, because this is our last regular meeting before the week that it mentions and the day that it mentions. I think I would echo what Member Singh said, which is we haven't, or I don't know if you exactly said this, but we haven't had a resolution this lengthy and with this many teeth before. And I am really glad that we're doing this. I, on the other side of the dais, have mentioned in previous times that I don't like these resolutions that don't do anything and just make people feel good. I want to commit to doing things. I think what we're doing is we're working out now that we're yielding into this water, how, as a board, we're going to be able to contribute to these things so that we don't take away from what should be a celebratory night when we get focused on policy. Because ultimately, our job as trustees to this district is to make sure that we roll things out in a way that they can be fully implemented, in a way that doesn't make people feel worse or do something that is not in line with the spirit of the resolution. And so I want to let President Rhodes speak, but when it can come back for an appropriate time for a motion, there's just a few paragraphs that I think really need to be worked on to make sure it's implementation only. It's not anything about the spirit of this or the fact that we're fully committed to creating these fully safe spaces in this district.
Thank you, Member Kayada. Seeing that we have no more board members in the queue, I'll say a few words. First, thank you for the work you put in, all the advocates that have spoken. When this was first brought, wanted to really make sure that we were centering the people closest to the issue to have the conversation in correlation with our board, with our board staff who really do the work, the Connect Center, from your staff in your office, our communications, and having robust conversations even with parents, and coming up with something that spoke to the spirit of what we want to do. We talked about here in the resolution that whereas the district has a responsibility to ensure that all students who reside within its boundaries, regardless of gender identity and gender expression, can safely access public K through 12 education. And so at the core of what we're talking about here tonight is that statement. I think that statement sums up what we are doing here tonight. Now, what I'm happy about is that this resolution forces conversation. This resolution forces people to have conversations about things that they wouldn't have conversations publicly in meetings like this otherwise. And Member Kayada, I remember you on the other side of the dais, screaming to the rafters at times, and most other people were saying, these things, why do we do them? They're ceremonial. You know what? I've said that before. I've been a board member when I was first elected, and I think that I probably coined the phrase ceremonial, because when I first got up here, I was like, what is all the ceremonial stuff? And it's been said over and over again. But we've proceeded constantly throughout the years, over my 2 years on the board, to continue to put teeth into resolutions, to where even our last meeting, Black History Month, the teeth we put in the resolution, where we were like, hey, and also the district shall encourage the involvement in Black Parent Involvement Day, right? Or the students will be encouraged to, across the district, to recognize and celebrate Black History Month. We can do more. And what this shows is we can do more. And I think what the charge is from community, as we've heard over the last 2 years, or I've heard over the last 2 years, is that we should do more to change those inequities across multiple identities and marginalized groups. And so I believe that we have an opportunity to do more. I mean, Jazzy, Member Singh, we talked about things that are happening at the Kings Arena, around your community specifically, and how it's this being denied access to be who they are truly in spaces. And this gives us a whole new precedent in how we move forward and addressing those things as an educational institution, but also as a body of electeds, right? You talked about not being represented. We are a body of elected officials. We don't represent edifice. We don't represent the edifice that holds all these things. Or we're not the representative of Burbank or Hiram Johnson. We're representative of the people that the educational system services. And so with that being said, I think we have an amazing opportunity to service the people that the education system has to impact. Once again, just like in Black History Month or other month, this system was not built to impact positively the people that it has to impact now. But we have an opportunity to move more into an equitable range and change the arc of this district into a modern school district to where we are trying to impact better the people that we have to service now. I am open to the conversations that people have, but I also understand, just like my colleague, Member McGurk and Member Villa, and even Member Kaida echoed, this is something that we have to pass tonight. And my question to my colleagues are, and I'll give it back to you guys, in this statement, and I love what you said, Member Jean, as well, where you talked about the legislation, but you say, no, we should continue to look at. So that gives us maneuverability, it's not negating, but continue to look at. And Superintendent, we should, as elected official board members, we should be at the Capitol. Not just you, sir. We should be at the Capitol. This is our work, and we are representative of the community and people. And that gets missed sometimes. People don't understand, as elected officials, we represent you. You guys are our bosses, right? Not anybody in this infrastructure. We're the infrastructure bosses. But guess what? You sit higher on that realm because you are our bosses, right? And so with that being said, I'll give it back to my colleagues around there, the things that they wanted to possibly tweak, not necessarily change, tweak, and I look forward to moving this forward. Once again, I appreciate the conversation. I love that we're having robust conversations around issues that matter today. And I appreciate my board colleagues for having these conversations on the dais. I believe that most people want to have these type of conversations. And guess what, guys? You got them. And so we're here. And once again, thank you. And I see we have some more people in the queue, but I'll give it to my board colleagues. Thank you. Member Singh.
Thank you. All right. So first of all, to reply to you, absolutely. That was my point about communities, about allyship, about coming together. I see it as a challenge. I see this as you all accepting that challenge, and I'm just asking you to continue that challenge when all these communities are going to be coming to us, because we do feel, don't worry, board members also feel like we're not heard. As electeds, we get the shorter end of the stick. We're school board members. We don't get the same quote unquote attention, or people don't come listening to us on our thoughts on things. And this is our opportunity to do more. And I am excited about that. So I will also say I'm absolutely behind this. I just want to make sure that we're going to have this type of teeth moving forward, and that we're having those discussions collectively as a group. So I don't want to take away from anything. And I never, obviously, I'm looking at you, Nikki, especially. We've chatted a couple of times. I'm all on board. I just want to make sure I work with you all, and I really am serious about the committee piece. So I will also just add, though, that whatever changes we're going to make, if we're even offering that we just have a quick discussion, because for me, I'm going to give an example of what I'm saying. It says 30 days, right? Our school year is 60 something days away, 70, 80 days away. I want to give ourselves the time that we need to make sure we're implementing things by the end of the year, for example, and that if there needs to be community discussion, that we come around and do those community discussions immediately. But if you all feel that you can get it done in 30 days, let us know. It's pretty simple. I mean, I'm actually asking you that question. Do you really feel like the 30 days on multiple paragraphs is actually achievable? Okay.
There it is. We would not have included that language as a team. I know that Victoria and I are standing up here, but this effort was many, many, many departments and staff have had eyes on this. Wherever we had questions whether that was achievable, we looped in appropriate staff, and we do feel confident that we can get this done.
That's all I need to hear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Singh, and we'll talk more about committee, sir. Member Kayada.
So I would like to move the conversation along by proposing my motion now, if that is acceptable to the president. Okay. So my motion would be twofold. One is that there are 6 paragraphs that I would like to be stricken so that we can then vote on the modified motion as our council has described it. And the second part would be that we commit to having each one of these that are stricken brought back to the board as an agenda item, and that would involve collaboration with a certain subset of board members to discuss how we can do this, to reflect the policy that we see as impediments to making sure we can get this done correctly.
Can you tell us what things you like removed from this this resolution?
Yeah, so I will list the paragraphs. The first one is the bottom paragraph on page 2, which deals with legislation. I think we should strike that one and discuss legislation separately.
Bottom paragraph.
I'm not going to justify each one, I'll just list them. The bottom of page 2, it says that the district adds our district in official support. So that's legislation related. On page 3, it is the second new paragraph concerning labor relations. Resolved that the district shall, within 30 days, labor partners, and there's missing text there too, another reason to strike that one. And then on the bottom of page 3, the bottom 4 paragraphs.
Page 3, you said?
Yeah, so the same page as the labor one, then the bottom 4 paragraphs. So that would be a total of 6 paragraphs that I'm proposing to strike and have come back to this board after consulting with a subset of board members on how to bring this to us in a way that we can effectuate it properly.
You have, okay, let me, I just want to make sure we have this right, okay? Board member Kayada proposing to be a further resolved with you're talking about the 5 bills to be removed, and you're talking, be it further resolved, the district shall post this resolution at every site to be stricken. Be it further resolved, the district affirms that employees are encouraged to discuss the resolution during class time, stricken. Be it further resolved, after school providers, other vendors, service providers, and contractors of the district work shall be notified of the resolution in 30 days, be stricken. And be it further resolved, the superintendent shall report back on compliance with these resolutions to the board. At the next board meeting, those ones be stricken.
That's correct, and I'm happy to describe why I think each one needs to come back, but I would like to hear from other board members as well, so I will put them back down at this time.
Okay. Member Jean?
Does he have a second?
Does he have a second? Thank you for that, Member Jean. Does Member Kayada have a second for those items being stricken? But he had a motion already, so if he had a motion, I have to call for a second, and then it's just procedure. So is there a second on all of those items that Member Kayada has asked to be stricken from this resolution? Yeah, if he doesn't have a second, then I believe there'll be modifications.
I would be willing to accept a second. That is pending, the idea that it might be modified further, just so we can get this conversation moving. Or we can bring it back out. So
that'll be a separate motion. So his motion currently, your current motion is to strike out entirely 6 of the items. Is there a second on striking out entirely 6 of the items from the resolution? Seeing that there's no second, that motion fails. We'll continue with conversation. Member Jean.
Thank you for the language on, I'm looking back at the second page, the long paragraph around bills. Rather than saying watch, I like the idea of the district adds that our district shall continue to look at the following legislation. Or continue to follow the following legislation. Or continuing to watch the following legislation. Do we like watch? Yes, so it's at the bottom. And then I would say that as we watch it, so shall continue to watch the following legislation with the guidance that it will be an agendized item in the future with additional info for us so that we can take a support position as the bills come together in a way that we are supportive of. That is an official motion, yes. The second part of it would be,
That's not a full motion yet.
I'm not done amending.
Okay, yeah, she's
I've
not
got
done.
a
She's
second
not done.
amendment.
Second amendment.
The second one is looking at the third page and that second full paragraph, that the district shall work with labor partners to determine if. So rather than the 30 days, it's that it shall be a priority that they will work with labor partners on that. Because the entire contract is not currently open, so language changes would be difficult at this time, but it will be open next year. And so in the next year, we could make that a priority. So shall work with labor partners and strike the 30 days of this resolution.
So
So those are the two amendments and then I'll go ahead and ask staff, if you're confident about the 30 days about designating liaisons on all the campuses, we're good on that one? We're feeling like that's something we can do in 30 days?
Yeah, I mean, according to us in board policy, that exists, right? Our staff per board policy, have to be attending to these issues. And by default, that's the leader of each campus, right? But our work is to really enlist everyone. We heard how incredibly important it is from one of our teachers, right, to have those visible cues,
Yes.
up. And so, yes, we want to expand our GSAs. If anyone wants to be a GSA advisor, please reach out. So yeah, that's where that confidence comes from.
Yes, I have been honored to be a GSA advisor on my campus, and that is the happiest lunchroom I am ever in. The space we get to do and the celebration with our beautiful souls and our students is just wonderful. So yeah, my two there would be, shall continue to watch the legislation with guidance that it'll come back as an agendized item, and shall work with labor partners. Those are my two amendments.
Can I offer a friendly amendment to that?
I believe we have a potential addition.
Yeah, so do we have,
Well, first a second.
do we have a second for Member Jean's motion? Second, Member Kayada. Okay. Just want to make sure I'm doing this right. So are we taking the vote or hearing the rest of the board members? Can still discuss. So we got a first, second, and then we have actually, the next person in the queue is MVP.
Okay, so I understand those two amendments. I really love them. I like them. It still puts the onus on us to make sure that we are aware of what's happening with these. I still want to make sure that, so when we stood down, Member Kayada's striking of all 5 or 6 of them, these 3 ones we're still continuing to want to keep in here? Okay. And then, sorry. And then so right now it looks like we have eliminated the 30-day stipulations with the exception of the liaison. Okay, so, because we're talking about it and I can't really see it in here because there's a lot of letters. This is the second one, right? Title IX coordinators?
No.
On the top of the... This one?
That's one. That's not really okay.
Okay, we're talking about this one.
The third one. That's our real.
This one. Okay.
This one.
Thank you. Okay, so, Member Jean, you said, again, I just want to make sure I'm clear then. So, be it further resolved that the district shall, okay, I'm going to be honest about this. The labor folks are here. I would like to hear how you guys feel about this, because I know what we want to do. I know what we need to do. I just want to make sure that we have as much cooperation from all parties, because if that's not going to work, that's where we need to start kind of, stepping on toes. Sorry, y'all. I do think that the way it is probably okay. Like I said, I don't want to not pass. I don't think that's going to happen. I would like to speak with Evan also. just to make sure that from the board perspective, that like what we're going to watch for these is like if we say, hey, we want to watch these assembly bills and whatnot, maybe you could help us understand what it is we're actually watching for. Like, is it completion, passing of, now it's firm, and then we can actually put our support behind it, or the support behind it is necessary in order to push it forward to getting passed?
Sure. No, and first of all, I appreciate this dialogue, and I want to say that thank you for bringing me back up here. I do have to say that one of my fellow speakers and I both work in the legislative arena, and we also aren't quite sure what that would mean, respectfully. We do know, when a committee analysis comes out, it lists bills that organizations and bodies and government bodies that are in support and in opposition. And I believe that it also lists oppose unless amended. Support unless amended, or support if amended, is not an official position, so that wouldn't be listed on a committee analysis. And so I don't know. So if this body were to have that position, it would not be an official position. I was talking to some parents in this district when this discussion was taking place just now, and they were expressing disappointment because it would be taking the teeth out of that provision, and it would be very meaningful for a body so respected as Sacramento City Unified School Board to have their name behind these pieces of legislation that obviously provide protections for students and employees. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Evan, can we just keep? I'm asking Gracie to do that.
Yeah, there's a couple.
Yeah,
people
I want to.
Wait, I don't want you to walk away until.
I know.
Gracie has the floor, so.
I'm kind of yielding a tiny
okay,
bit to
okay.
what we're saying because he
Okay.
has a direct question.
And
to
then,
what I'm saying.
are you comfortable yielding a little bit for, Regine also had a question?
Oh, well, at this point, y'all can work that out. Like I said, I just want to make sure that we have our
We'll get it.
expert kind of give us the information we need.
And so also we also want to continue with the item, so. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Evan. I think what's going on is you just explained the legislative process. I think up here, the folks are trying to figure out what support means from a board perspective. I'm trying to I understand the process because I do policy work, so I understand what we're talking about. But I think what we're trying to say here is I think you need to kind of break it down to the board what support means, because I understand, and this language may still change. For example, what is finalized, what is already being brought to the legislative floor, which one of these, for example, can still have changes made so that we can actually review them. I don't think you're going to get anyone up here saying we don't support what's going on. I think we're trying to understand the language. We haven't read the language, so we have things in here that are, AB 5, AB 1522. I can tell you that I always read everything before I say A-OK, and we have 7 folks who would have to actually review it and read it, and then be like, cool, you have our full support. And that support's actually better than us just throwing it in here and saying, you got our support. And then tomorrow people come to us with questions and we're like, I don't know what AB 5 is. We just said yes to it. So that's what's going on.
Thank you so much, Member Singh. I want to say that, I've worked in the legislature for a number of years, and now I say that I graduated from it, but now I work outside of it. And Member Jean, I want to say that I had the privilege of being able to work alongside Assemblymember Tom Amiano when he did his first bill that allowed students to use the school facilities that aligned with their gender identity. And obviously that was a watershed moment. And LAUSD was the school district that was alongside him for that ride. And it was so powerful to see that school district there in the committee hearings testifying in support and breaking it down for legislators. These are our trans students and they're so special to us. And those legislators really needed to hear that. And so as you were talking about this legislation, I was actually envisioning you talking to these legislators in these committee hearings and thinking what a powerful voice that would be, the voice of a teacher, the voice of a school board member, saying, hey, I'm in these classrooms, I'm in these board meetings, I see the eyes, the needs, the the creativity coming from these students, and I see the protections that we can provide for them. And so with this legislation, if we were to have the support, that's what it would entail. I understand, like, well, where is the legislation in the legislative process? And so obviously, it first starts in one house. And AB is the assembly bill. It starts in the assembly. SB is the same thing. The Senate bill starts in the Senate, and then it moves through the policy committees. Sometimes it gets fleshed out, differently depending on how hard a school district, say, or another sponsor fights for the bill. But it usually, with these bills, I've discussed it with the consultant, for the LGBTQ caucus consultant in the legislature, and we put our heads together and thought, with the district, and thought, what can we, as the district, best be most impactful on? Because we knew that the district values diversity and values the safety and protection of your employees and your students. And that's how we came up with this legislation. So there will be amendments, perhaps not. But that's how we came to this conclusion, is that it's going to protect your students, it's going to protect your employees, and you all have a vital voice to play if you do choose to play it. Does that answer any question? Does that answer it?
I think it answers some of the questions. I think what we're getting to is the fact that no one probably actually read any of these. And Taylor read them, and so did Chinua. Thank you. Well, I'm the only one not reading? No one wants to admit to this. It's fine. I'm not taking away from the fact that you all have had done the work. So I'm just trying to help you, like, guide what's going on up here, because I know it can get confusing, that I think folks have questions about the language, folks have questions about what support means, because to some extent, when stuff like this is brought up, we usually get a presentation that has like everything listed out and says, AB, this does this one does this. And we didn't get that. So that's what's leading to all these questions. Just want to make that clear to you all.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Singh. We're going to go to Member Villa.
I appreciate you speaking about the legislative process. That is something that I deal with in my daily work, and so I understand how the support and the opposing, it's crucial to put your stamp on it. It's crucial for our district. I'm not comfortable saying we don't officially support, because that's, again, we're in the weeds. And I want to go back to, I don't do this work every day, okay? We all have full-time jobs, so I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm a subject matter expert in what is being done, or these bills, or any of these for resolved, any of these conversations, because we do have a legislative team here. We do have folks in our district that are extremely talented and knowledgeable about what's happening. So it's our job as a board, if we have this in advance, to ask the appropriate parties what we have questions on, not while we're sitting at the dais, because this work should have already been asked, and that's where I'm frustrated, that we're still having these conversations if we should support bills. The Safe and Supportive Schools program, I mean, that's a no-brainer to me. That is, again, we as board members have folks in this district that are highly talented doing the work. We have the opportunity to go to them and ask questions, but it is not, I'm not going to say that, oh, just because I didn't read this, that I don't support it. We as a board, as the city of Sacramento, have the power right now to move this forward with support of these bills for our students and our schools. I don't approve. I don't want to amend any of this. Again, it's the intentional work that you guys have done and put in so many hours and spoken with the experts. I am not the expert, and nobody on this board is. So I'm going to lead with my team, the folks who are in the weeds doing the groundwork, and that's my comment. I want to support this bill, this resolution, the way it is.
And I thank you. I would be happy to provide a synopsis of these bills if that would be helpful. Okay, here's the, and I appreciate folks that, Okay, so I mean,
feel free to forward that information to the board. We can also, at this point in time, we can also pull it up. We're gonna go to we have member Pritchett now. Also, board members, FYI, we do have a longer night in front of us. We have a lot of things that we have to talk about. We're just a disclaimer for my colleagues. Also, Member Pritchett, your floor is yours.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I did have the opportunity to look at the bills because we get our agenda packet on Friday. And when I reviewed it, I went in and looked over the bills. But I do appreciate you sending that synopsis to the board for us to all to review. I do just want to say one thing, that even though this gets passed with the resolution tonight, this gives our staff the ability to go and work. Go do what you guys need to do. It's not our job to do what they need to do, right? And so by saying support, we know that if a bill gets like gutted and it's going to hurt our kids, our staff's not going to go forward. They're going to be like, hold the brakes. What's going on? Let's talk about this. That's what's going to happen, right? I mean, we've seen that happen before of like, oh, we're going to come back because this is what happened. So I just wanted to make sure that we're all fully aware of like how that process works. And then I know you have the 30-day thing for the labor on here. I did just want to put like maybe a friendly amendment on it of like maybe instead of saying like 30 days, maybe within contract reopening, because you do make a great point about it needing to be within the larger contract, and we have all 5 labor partners that we're reopening contracts with. So can maybe staff kind of tell us a little bit about like why you thought maybe the 30 days? I kind of want to hear your thinking of like why you thought the 30 days. Because if it's something that you think that you can actually do, which you said you could, so I'm putting you on the spot.
Keep turning it off instead of on.
Just leave it on.
I just think right behind you there, no time to lose. We're trying to create a sense of urgency for all of us because there's no time to lose for these kids. You know, by the end of the school year, we're going to have seniors graduating without us having implemented some of this stuff if we don't put a timestamp on it. But I do hear what Member Jean is saying and just making sure that this is realistic. I just want to make sure that we're all applying pressure on each other to hold ourselves accountable to these kids and our staff.
And that answer is good enough for me. And so I just want to say that I'm okay with that. Thank you for that. And because as I'm reading it, it doesn't say that it's all going to be resolved within 30 days. It's saying that you're going to start the work, right? So I thank you. That's all I wanted. And thank you, President Rhodes.
Okay, so we're gonna go to Member Kayada.
So when I introduced the 6 that I wanted to discuss, I think it makes more sense to go paragraph by paragraph. So I'm hoping we can do that to make sure we don't get caught up in this. But for the 2 that are here right now from Member Jean, I would also do legislation for work. Just to Member Villa's point, AB 5 has a great sounding name, but it's an intent bill. It's that long right now. One of these bills is a spot bill. Right, I want to see the bill text at the very least before I support it. It's one thing if we're like an early adopter or a full supporter working closely with the legislator's office, then I have no problem with an intent bill. If we are like originating this piece of important legislation, like the bill you mentioned. But this is kind of like a grab bag of bills that we're not putting the full support behind because we don't actually understand them. So, I mean, I actually will say, like, I'm glad, I don't know if you wrote this particular paragraph, but I'm glad it's here because I don't think this board has done enough legislative advocacy in the past, and I want us to do that. For any legislation that we're going to support, I would like to have staff prepare a letter of support or opposition, in the case may be. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Member, and we can provide that language for you.
So you have language for that bill already?
Yeah, the authors have that language, and we can provide that.
Well, I mean, in any case, you know, if that's the case, that just goes to, I guess, how I'd like to see legislative support. And that's not to you, this is to staff here. But I want every piece of legislation that we're going to support to be, you know, maybe combined in one agenda item, but to be before us as a letter of support, explaining what it is, and we vote to sign each letter. So I'm not against any of these bills. I think they're all great. And there are many more bills that I would like to see us look into in the future. Granted, we have only so much time, and we'll be here till 1 o'clock tonight already. So with that in mind, I would propose an amendment to this particular paragraph. Instead of watch, which really is no legislative impact, that's just for our staff, I would say that staff draft a letter of support for each of these bills and bring them back to us at our next meeting. And that is 3 weeks from now, so it's a little later than, it's not going to be there by the time we get the flag raised and everything. But I want us to be able to sign letters of support for each of these bills, and that would come back to us. Thank you. And then for the second paragraph, I agree with Member Jean's language, it was amended, right? Either one is fine with me. I think they both captured that we should negotiate this, but we want to do it properly, not outside of the negotiations process. And then later, I would like to discuss the other 4 paragraphs that I had brought up earlier. Thank you.
I'd like to make motion to move it.
There's already a motion and a second on the table.
Okay.
So that motion and second has to be heard first. I did think that Member Kayada had a friendly amendment to your original motion, but he hasn't said it. She hasn't said it's friendly. Yeah, but. So no, you guys are good. You guys are good. Sit down right now. So then, he's trying to make a friendly amendment. I'm just, Member Jean, your motion is still on the floor and has a second. Want to know, do you accept his friendly amendment, or do we want to go forward with the original motion?
Well, I would have a question for staff. That's a lot more work on staff that's very specifically directed, and is that something they can do and have time to do? So, and I want to actually, Evan, if you don't mind, is it my time in the speaking chat or not, Mr.? Is it am I next?
No, you're second to next.
Okay.
That's what she's trying to do right now. No, that's what she's doing.
Okay.
You're discussing it, right? Yeah.
So my first question when I saw this was, what is our process for policy? Like, what is our process for legislative? And I still haven't gotten a clear answer to that. Your answer was the best answer I'd heard thus far. And so I can definitely just take it on as like, I'm a new member, I'm a teacher, I do know a lot about legislation, and I have done a lot of advocacy on those levels, but governance is a whole nother animal because it's about the 7 of us, and it's about the fact that I'm in a seat that others have been before me and made decisions, and others after me will make decisions. And how do we create a continuity of that work, right? And thinking about the fact that there are larger things at work that have created the barriers that we're wanting to break down through this resolution. And I'm looking at this going, I can even still see how it's working in with those barriers. So what do we do about it? For example, no, that's off topic. I'll stay on task. So with the bills specifically, my question is, how did these 5 get picked? Right? That was, what is our process? The big thing is, what is our process? Do we have staff that's fully dedicated to this and that they're working with legislators and then coming back? I haven't been introduced to that legislative arm of SCUSD. I'm happy to hear that we've been working with other experts in the field to bring that in. But is this staff's work? Is this outside staff? I'd like to know. There are 200 bills right now pertaining to education that next week I will be going to LA and discussing with teachers from across the United States, across California, to decide, do we support these bills in California? The process I'm familiar with, it's very thorough and I'm very confident in it. My question is, help me understand this process so I can be confident in it. Because when I did my research last night on these 5 bills, 2 of them, totally good with. I saw things. The other 3, I have questions about. So I want to know, can I trust what the process was and the people that brought it forward and all of those things that hasn't been built for me yet?
I want to say that I think that this is kind of the purest form of democracy. I'm one of your constituents.
Yes.
And I think that we should have coffee together sometime.
I'd love to do that.
Thank you. So I brought this to President Rhodes, and next year I hope to bring something to both of you. But I brought this forward because I am considered a national expert. I have been told to own that title, whatever that means. But so I care. I care a great deal. I happen to live in Sacramento. I happen to live in your district. So I brought this to Mr. Rhodes, and Mr. Rhodes gave us a great green light and said, yes, I want to protect trans kids. I want to protect trans employees. And he introduced me to like some of the most passionate members of your staff that I have never met. And I'm so glad that I did. And so this happened organically. And so with my expertise, and my connections, again, I'm the co-chair of the Lieutenant Governor's Transgender Advisory Council. One of the roles that we play is we look at bills, we study bills, we decide what bills we want to weigh in on. I have a lot of connections in the Capitol community, and one of them is the LGBT Legislative Caucus consultant. One of the things I also do on the side is I propose bills through the legislature. I don't do it for money. I do it because I'm passionate about it. And so I sat down and I looked at all of the bills pertaining to this area that your body covers. And these were the ones that I selected because I knew that you all would have an impact in this area. And so literally it's just like a citizen coming up and getting a bright green light from someone who cares and saying, yes, let's protect our youth. It's you all saying yes to like protecting your students and your employees. And it's like the best team that I've, some of the best people that I've met. And so that's how this has all happened. Is there particular steps with the legislative process that I can make clear? I want to say that I really understand what you're saying about, if there's bad amendments and stuff like that. I mean, if you have a government team or if these are your folks, they're of course going to look out for that. And you pull your support and you can immediately pull your support. What else can is there anything else that I can share?
I think that did it. Thank you very much.
Okay, and then we'll have coffee and we'll get to the nitty gritty and all of that.
Let's do it.
Yeah, okay.
Let's do it. So that being said, I go back to my original question. Does staff feel like they can draft those letters for us? Or would that be a committee for us to draft those letters?
Oh, I want to say that there's also sample letters of support.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And we have a lobbyist.
And we have a lobbyist. See, that's wonderful. Things that I didn't know. I'm learning so much.
I was going to say, when folks reach out to ask for our expertise, they do oftentimes provide those kinds of letters to then, and Superintendent, I don't know if you wanted to speak to that process. I've testified on behalf of, bills as well. I think, around education and health, and someone's reached out about a bill around Narcan, right? And so when it's appropriate and we can and it's impactful, I do think, that's a place where, as a staff member, I'll make the time.
Okay, thank you. So, Member Kayada, can you restate your amendment?
That staff bring back each of these bills a draft letter of support that we can discuss and hopefully approve each of those at a subsequent meeting. But just the bringing it back is part of my amendment.
Yeah, that's friendly.
Okay. So we have a friendly amendment.
Including this? I'm confused. Is it including this language and adding that language?
Can I offer just a moment of clarity?
Yes.
For everyone? Okay. This is how I understand the motion as it stands now amended. That paragraph, Member Kayada, I streamlined your words, but to make sure they also went with Member Jean's original motion. So let me read this. Be it further resolved that district staff shall prepare draft letters of support of the following legislation, ... And at the end of that paragraph, and will come back to the board as an agendized item.
That is definitely
friendly. And then the second part, which has not been changed, in the second paragraph, be it further resolved that the district shall work with labor partners to determine if there are areas of existing collective bargaining agreements, ... Am I correct?
Yep.
So that is the motion that has been made and seconded and is currently on the floor.
Okay, so we're going to move to a vote? Or is there more? Is there more? Oh, there is more. Okay. Tara, you're here as well. Are you fine?
I want to remember, it was mostly the conversation I think we had. So yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to go to MVP.
Okay, so I'm just trying to make sure that when I read this sometime in the future, I'm going to understand it. So that paragraph to me would read, be it further resolved, and these are my changes, friendly, be it further resolved that the district, I think we're choosing to continue to watch, or strike continue to watch, but if that were the case, or not the case, it would say, the district continue to watch, and after proper vetting, wait, what did I write? Yeah, we'll continue to watch these particular bills, and upon proper vetting, offer individual letters of support. Is that something that we even need to bring back to the board?
Can you give clarity to what that statement was again, so that what you just read? Can you read again and just restate what you said so it can give
What the
clarity
motion
to
is currently?
What the motion is currently.
Okay.
And to what the
So Member Phillips, what the motion is currently, and if you want to suggest a change, that would be focused to Member Jean, but this is what it currently is. Be it further resolved that district staff shall prepare draft letters of support of the following legislation. And then at the end, and will come back to the board as an agendized item.
So my question is, if we trust that our staff can do this, and we say that they will be drafting these letters after having conversations and vetting these particular bills, that they will, is it required to come back to the board, even though we've said that when you finish this, write the letters, or are we having to agree to put some signature on it? Okay. Okay. I hope that if that is the case, I hope that it just doesn't take that long. But yeah, so I'm good with that, whatever happened over here. So yeah, so I'm not making any extra amendment.
okay, and we have Member Pritchett.
Thank you. I just want to make sure by that amendment that we don't cut out the work of our lobbyist viewing all of this, because this is giving them, our staff and our lobbyists, the ability to go and support and follow these bills as they're going along, right? So by cutting all this out, I feel like we might be stopping the work of our lobbyists. I just want to make sure that by changing it, so maybe the superintendent or staff, yeah.
Absolutely. What I'm hearing, board members, is I will go back and we will have a meeting with our legislative advocate, who's going to be the primary point person to support us with this. It will not involve staff. Only as much their involvement will be required if there's details that are needed, again, to include information about the excellent work that's already happening in the district. To the extent that, in her view, there is a need to still wait for more details and come back and add several bills or include several bills in one letter of support, we'll also do that. But we will commit to having that information to you within 30 days. It may not result in 5 letters of support, but we will have a report within 30 days of where we do have a letter of support drafted, or where we are going to come back and report to you a recommendation to hold off for an eventual letter of support, depending on her feedback to us.
Go ahead, Mr. Singh.
I would love to meet our. I'm just saying it out loud that I would love to introduce us. And then, is this a district employee, just to check?
No.
Okay.
But it is an entity that many districts work with. And what I'm also hearing, again, just correct me if I'm misinterpreting, because it's not a direct request, Member Singh, based on your comments. We will certainly look at creating maybe an avenue in which our board has more regular updates and communications about upcoming bills that the board might be interested in supporting. Board members might be interested in joining me at the Capitol for visits or discussions with legislative delegation representatives. I will commit to creating a potential avenue for board member involvement so that you're not just asking, do we have one, who is the person, but you'll actually be able to interact.
And all that to say to everyone who's here, thank you for your patience. Please understand that we are less than 100 days in as brand new board members, and we're trying to understand the process. So we're not here to, not show support. We're here to make sure that we're understanding everything, and we have a very long resolution that we're trying to filter through. And we appreciate everything you've said so far, and thank you for standing up here for as long as you have. I am not counting, but I know you're counting. So it's been a minute. Thank you.
And Member Singh, if I can just add to that, I will just attest as superintendent to our community that although I've worked with some sitting board members for several years and several others for much less, I just want to make very clear that I do not anticipate any pushback, if you will, related to this discussion that we're having. And I would just ask that all of this be interpreted in the form of inquiries related to how things are done, and that's sort of on me, if you will, as superintendent, because we will do a much better job, be much more proactive in providing that kind of information, particularly to our new board members. So I'm hearing a lot of comments and questions really as inquiries about how things are done, how things have been done, and how might we improve on how things have been done in the past. And so we will, on this particular question, commit to coming back to you with information about drafting those letters of support within 30 days.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. So right now,
Call the question.
what happened? Okay, so I'm looking. Yes, that's definitely. So right now we have a motion with a friendly amendment and a second. Superintendent, can we have a roll call first? Student preferential.
Correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
This is for the amendment and the whole resolution moving forward.
It's the resolution as amended.
Yes. Resolution as amended. We have a motion and a second. Student preferential.
Yes.
Yes. Can we have a roll call vote?
Member Jean?
Yes.
Member Kayada? Member Phillips?
Yes.
Member Pritchett?
Yes.
Member Rhodes?
Yes.
Member Singh?
Yes.
Member Villa?
Yes to the resolution, no to the amendment. I just want to make that no.
No,
So that's a no then.
that's a no.
That's a no.
That's just my comment.
Okay, I guess.
That's my
Okay. Okay.
My yes is my vote is a yes, but I did not agree to the amendments, and I just want to state that publicly.
So
Yes.
she says yes. Okay. And we're going back to Member Kayada.
And
Yes.
Okay. So that is that all board members? Okay. Motion passed with all board members. All right. Thank you so much.
Good job. Good job. We're all getting up.
Oh, yeah, are we going to get up and take a photo here? Resolution. Yes, yes.
Can we? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you so much. Of course. Oh, yeah. 2 hours. Can we ask our community to come right away? Oh, yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah, bring them all up.
Can our community who came up to speak in favor of this resolution please join us for this photo?
But if it's budget, then I'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna go draw. You're gonna do that like, I'm in the middle.
Honestly, in the pictures.
Oh, really?
Come on in. Did they leave?
Thank you.
I want to get in. Yes, Evan, you gotta get in.
Superintendent needs
Pins? Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent, thank you. I put the box in my nose. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Perfect. Perfect. Shauna, please get in here, please. Oh, sorry. That's okay.
Really, here, Sean? Can someone tell us where we're looking? I'll just look in the middle. Okay. I don't know where to look. Look in the middle.
One more? Yeah.
One more.
Oh.
I'm in like the worst position.
One more? You want a few more? I do, but I don't want to. Thank you. Thank you. You're doing a great job.
Oh, thank you so much. Well, we got to let that March. Good job. Thank you for your hard work. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to school. I know. I got the kids.
Of course. When I was told to get here, I was talking to here. Hello.
Yes.
So you're but yeah.
No one does something for education. Yeah, like they used to educate about sexuality and gender. Yeah, I get it. You know, no one does anymore
So it's just one teacher. I can see into that. I know we work really close with GSA. I know it gets kind of tricky when you get into teachers want an expert but yeah, with GSAs we're very flexible.
It's like you don't
Thank you for your thoughts.
like what else does he have to do?
back up there. Okay, Board of Education meeting will reconvene. Board of Education meeting reconvening. Oh my goodness. Public hearing. Okay, so we're going to now we're going to item 10.0, public hearing, history and social science, K through 12 instruction materials. Guys, don't leave. This is good stuff too.
Should I wait for the other members to return? Or should
No, you're
I
fine.
start?
Start up.
Okay, well, good evening, Board President, and Superintendent Aguilar. I'm really excited to be back, as promised, on our meeting on March 2nd. This time without my fabulous team of piloting teachers, but I will represent them in good faith. Tonight, I am going to once again just sort of run through an overview of our process, make our program recommendations, and when I say our, I mean our district's piloting teachers' recommendations, and then seek your approval. Clearly, a guaranteed and viable updated curriculum is consistent with our core values and guiding principles. The glossary of terms is there again, and I'll just briefly remind the board and the community that an instructional materials adoption starts with some external factors. The California Department of Ed and the State Board of Ed adopt standards, publish frameworks, and review curricula. Then our library textbook services, which is housed in the Sac City Curriculum and Instruction Department, reviews the current cycles of adoption, requests budgets when the cycles are ready to launch, and then launches an instructional materials adoption. So last May, we sent a letter to our labor partners and to invite our district teachers to come and engage in the process. The board policy that guides this practice, 6161.1, states that the majority of each evaluation committee shall be teachers. And in our situation, that was absolutely the case. We had over 70 teachers, and they did a remarkable job engaging in the process. As a matter of fact, we didn't turn anyone down. Anyone who answered the interest survey was invited to engage and did. We began so again, just looking at this slide, the outreach occurred in May and June. By July, our teachers were deep into the analysis of either 5 or 6 programs, depending on the grade span, and narrowed down to 2 during that screening process in July. The 2 selections for each grade span were piloted each in an 8-week cycle, beginning in the fall and the first week of school and ending at the end of January. And then in February, teachers met and built consensus and discussed their data, and we came to you in a much more interesting way because you got to hear from the teachers themselves on March 2nd, and then here I am back seeking approval on their behalf. Just a reminder that our teachers were not only broadly representative in their own right, but they represented the various all of the schools, not all of the schools in our district, but they represented the diversity of the schools in our district. Our piloting teachers did a deep analysis, which we shared on our March 2nd board meeting around the state adopted standards, the way the programs were organized, the way the programs supported universal access, the way that the programs created planning and supports for the teachers to use in the classroom. And then we shared with you at our last meeting, the teachers did a deep analysis of each of the programs based on an anti-racist, anti-bias survey, student input, considering the input of the community, and their own assessment of student learning. So we came to you last week with these various adoptions. So the grade spans are listed here. K through 5 selected McGraw-Hill, 6 through 8 selected Discovery, and our high school 9 through 12 teachers selected Teachers Curriculum Institute. Our AP cycle was also due, so our AP programs are listed here. They're actually all from the same publisher, Bedford, Freeman, and Worth. We really did align with our budget allocation, which is fantastic. As you can see the numbers here, they come to just over $6,700,000. And we have an $8 million budget, so what is left over will support our teachers' professional learning to compensate our teachers for their professional learning in the summer. And then finally, seeking your approval tonight is really important to the process because we are right now in the first bullet in March and April. We are working with the programs to get them projected numbers so that we can start receiving and inventorying the materials in the summer months and then be able to distribute materials to the sites before the first day of school, and especially in time for the teacher professional development that we're planning for the summer. And then finally, again, here we are seeking approval on March 16th so that we can continue to work with our program representatives through library textbook services, provide professional learning for our teachers, not only on using the instructional materials, but also on developing a culturally and linguistically responsive pedagogy that will support their ability to use the new instructional materials in ways that will support all of our students to achieve. So finally, any questions that you might have, I am happy to answer them.
Thank you so much. And do we have any public comment on this topic?
We do not.
Okay, reminding Rich,
We do have Rich Vasquez.
okay, thank you. Sorry about that, Rich.
People I want to talk to, my trustee superintendent ain't even here, so okay, I'll keep going. Again, when we talk about this curriculum, did you pay attention to two of the teachers from Hiram Johnson? And on page 33 or slide 33, the question says, aside from the evaluation of these instructional materials, consider your own professional learning needs. To what extent would you be interested in professional learning to better prepare you to understand anti-racist, anti-bias, and culturally and logistically responsive pedagogy in relation to teaching history and social science? And 36% said they're somewhat interested. Does that not bother people? Like our teachers are saying 30%, there was 70 people in this, right? the social science teachers that are about this work, that want to push this social type things, right, and should understand this work, like 20 of them are saying, oh, someone interested in getting better. But what are the results of our kids? Terrible. I mean, I'm at one of the worst schools. And again, I want my trustees here because, again, when we talk about the training, I just said we have $500,000 worth of training and we're not using it. I mean, what are we doing? As a parent, right? You want parents involved? Well, I don't make all the decisions. I don't know what the plan or anything, right? I just know how to come and say, hey, you're not doing what you're doing. And the feedback is the work that the kids are doing, right? Whatever results we get is not good. That funding we got, $500,000, because we're terrible, because the school's terrible, right? We had school improvement grants, all this stuff. I thought it was about money. Now, at the elementary side, I thought it was about money. I was going to all these sites. The elementary schools are getting $100,000. Okay, but now I'm at a high school site. You're getting $500,000 just for training. We just went through grants, community schools grants, all these grants. We need to hold ourselves accountable, right? Just come and spend money and, okay, the kids are still failing though, right? Because I just went through my 4 years there. It's been happening. And again, the look of the school is great, but again, we go to school for academics, right? We go for academics. I've been doing this. I just lived a generation of this. And you guys aren't doing good. Again, and even at the high school level, you're talking about music, sports, all this stuff. It's not in the elementary schools. So you want these kids to care about all this stuff, but it's not elementary, so you get to high school, and now what? They're lost already. It's been a fight trying to keep my kids involved, all right? So just, like, again, all this money for training, does the site want to get better? The teachers want to get better? There's money everywhere, especially at Hiram-Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. So right now, seeing that there's no other public comment, correct? We'll give it to the board. Once again, this is information that was given to us last time, just coming to us for approval today. So board members, I'll leave you with that. Member Pritchett.
If there's no comments, I'd like to move to approve item 10.1.
Okay. Yep. Do we have, she's moving to approve this item second. Okay, we have one more board member. We have a movement and approve, and then Member Villa, and a second.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on Mr. Vasquez's point. Can we look into that percentage of that poll results of our teachers if there's no interest? I'd like to know a little bit more about that process.
Yeah, so can I speak to that?
Yes, please.
Briefly? Okay, so I appreciate the public comment because, academically speaking, I'm going to have to quote Shiraki Holly, who does a lot of work on culturally and linguistically responsive pedagogy. And it's not just a skill set, but a mindset that needs to be shifted in order to develop the types of pedagogies that really do support the rich diversity in our system. So that particular survey question was brought up by one of our Hiram-Johnson teachers who was presenting on March 2nd. And he mentioned that he was upset about it because of the respondents, 60-something% said yes, they are either very interested or, explicitly interested, and 30-something% said that they were either not at all or somewhat interested. So the public comment was correct. And the teacher from Hiram-Johnson who was presenting that particular data point voiced his frustration that he felt as though his colleagues should have been 100% in favor of that kind of professional learning, of anti-bias, anti-racist professional learning. So I think that, I share the frustration and the concern with the public comment and with our teacher who was presenting on March 2nd, because we all want everyone to have not only the skill set, but the mindset. Mm-hmm. And so that's why we're going to be providing professional learning that is anti-bias, anti-racist, culturally and linguistically responsive, while also in tandem with providing professional learning on how to use the resources. So it's a very important concern. And also it speaks to the honesty with which we presented our data. We want, the community to understand that, these are the data that came from our pilot. They show an overwhelming support for these particular programs. They also showed an overwhelming support for professional learning, but in that particular area of professional learning, there's some resistance and some reluctance. So we've got a lot of work to do.
Thank you for clarifying. I just wanted to make sure that that's something, and obviously you're very aware of it and
Very
moving
aware.
forward with that. So I appreciate that. I don't have any other questions. Thank you for all your work.
Beautiful. So we have a motion and a second. We're going to do roll call vote. We'll start out with a student preferential.
Aye.
Okay. Superintendent's not here, so I will do this. Member Jean.
Aye.
Member Kayada.
Aye.
MVP. Aye. Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Me. Aye. Member Singh. Not here. Member Villa.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes with Member Singh not in attendance. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 11.1, a second interim financial report. Ms. Ramos. Rose was here. Rose just stepped out. We're gonna move on and come back to that if that's okay. So we're gonna go to 11.2, transportation allowance for home to school transportation servicing. Mr. Hill. How you doing, sir?
Very well, thank you. Good evening, President Rhodes, board members, superintendent. My name is Ron Hill, and I'm your director for transportation services. Tonight, I'm here to present an action item, which is clearly new to us. It was created for the 22-23 State Budget Act as it relates to home to school transportation plan. Let me see here. It's a list of acronyms that we'll be using. On this slide, AB 2022-23 State Budget Act. The State Budget Act, Ed Code, sections 39,800.1 and 41,800.5 state that eligible LEAs shall be provided an allowance equal to 60% of the home to school transportation expenditures reported for the prior year, in this case 2021-2022. A condition to receiving this apportionment, the LEA shall develop a home to school transportation plan describing the service it will offer to all students and how it will be prioritized. As a condition of the LEA, the LEA shall develop a transportation plan describing the transportation services as it will be offered to students and how it will be prioritized. Currently, for the last 10 years, our district has had a plan in place. This is actually the first time that it's actually becoming now part of the Ed Code. Sac City Unified School District provides our priority of transportation, which is law-based transportation, such as special education with students that are on IEPs, 504 plans, which are students with health plans in place, foster youth, and McKinney-Vento homeless students. Prioritized Gen Ed transportation, Sac City Unified School District still is able to provide limited home-to-school transportation for our K-6 students when there is a railroad and/or a freeway crossing which impedes their walk path. Students who are placed at a new school site due to over-enrollment are able to receive transportation as well. Although not legally required, Sacramento City Unified School District continues to provide limited general ed transportation to our students. Please know that all of this transportation that's being provided is free of charge to our students.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not on this item. We do not.
Okay. We'll give it to our board member, Kayada.
So this sounds great. We'll be approving it. It is action, yes. Since we've got you here, I was wondering if you could explain a little more about what we're doing for our general ed students who still need transportation, and specifically if you could address some concerns we've been hearing in the community about why we are not partnering with RT to provide routes, given that we don't provide these anymore.
Sure. So transportation, roughly about 10 years ago, Sac City Unified School District eliminated all home to school transportation as part of that budget cost. We currently spend about $14.3 million in transportation. 100% of that comes out of general fund. The district did adopt a policy of where we will provide transportation to those that are considered severe safety, which is crossing that freeway and or that highway. As far as the contract that we have with Regional Transit cannot provide services and call it a school bus. They are only allowed to provide public transportation. We have been partnering with them for as long as I've been in this district, for over 25 years, to assist in getting our secondary school students, which is middle school, and our high school students, from their neighborhoods directly to their neighborhood high school. There isn't transportation within our district or any other district that I'm aware of that provides transportation to students that are going to schools of choice or outside of their neighborhood.
Okay, it just seems like that's something that if RT is running routes and we can coordinate with them on when our bell schedules are and whatnot, we should be pursuing that because, you know, it's great that we have this funding and, you know, we of course have requirements to give special ed students, you know, people who we put in different schools and whatnot. But our general ed students also need to have a way to get to school and we don't do that anymore. So I think we should be moving heaven and earth to explore any options we have, especially if they are, you know, free or low cost, if we can partner with another agency.
Member Kayada, we have been in communication with Regional Transit. In fact, I've sat with their chief of staff. They have already shared with us that SAC-RT doesn't have the funds or the means to be able to support transportation that is not highly needed. In other words, they don't have a huge call for it because that bus still has to float as a community bus or a city bus, not just for students.
Yeah, this is just a reminder for me, Ms. Ramos. Could you remind me about Mr. Hill mentioned the $14 or so million, which is the total cost of transportation. I know that this particular plan, if approved, would result in an allocation of about $3 million or so. So there is still the district still has to contribute to the total cost of transportation as it currently stands, correct?
Yes, that is correct. And as Mr. Ron explained, I was like, Ron, I lost my train of thought there for a second. Our Director of Transportation explained our annual budget, our expenses for transportation for this particular grant, we had to use the prior year. They were about $14.4 million. And the funding that we get for that is through our LCFF is about $4.1 million. So we're left with an unfunded amount of about 3.5 million is actually the amount that we're going to get reimbursed from this grant. And so we don't have full funding from LCFF to cover all of our transportation costs. And it's in the executive summary if anyone has that in front of them, and it shows the breakdown on page 2, what our total annual budget is, and then the actual amount that we get from LCFF, and then how this grant still not sufficient to cover the entire expenses for transportation for the, even the limited amount.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. I just I wanted to be reminded and remind the board of that information because even though we're asking that the board consider approving this particular plan, it is part of what's required from the state for us to do. And Mr. Hill has been very active and also supporting other regional colleagues and counterparts. This funding would not result because we still operate in the red, if you will, in an expansion of services as a result of this funding. But to your point, Member Kayada, certainly there are opportunities to figure out how to expand transportation. But again, I just wanted to make clear that it wouldn't be through this particular funding source.
Thank you, Superintendent. Next speaker, Member Jean.
So I was just looking at, what is our transportation add-on from the LCFF?
It's $4.1 million.
$4.1 million. So the $14 million really is coming from so much of the general
It's
fund
all
at this
general
point.
fund, yes.
Yeah, at this point. Okay. Thanks.
Sure. And if I could add, this transportation plan is something that is being required as of this year, but it will also be renewed every year. So we as a board or a district will always have those means to look at expansion if that's what you choose. But currently, yes, we, even with this, we'd still be sitting at over $6 million out of general fund.
Thank you. Member Pritchett.
If there's no other board discussion, I'd like to move this item.
Okay, you have a second from Member Villa. Roll call vote.
Member Jean,
Student preferential first.
Yes.
Member Jean,
Aye.
Member Kayada,
Aye.
Member Phillips, Member Pritchett,
Aye.
Member Rhodes,
Aye.
Member Singh,
Aye.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you so much, Mr. Ron. Floor is yours. We're going back to item 11.1, second interim financial report.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Our apologies for the mix-up. Thank you, Ms. Ramos.
Yeah, thank you so much. Sorry about that. Good
Problem.
evening, President Rhodes, board members, and members of the public. Tonight, we're presenting to you our 2023 second interim financial report. And presenting with me tonight, I'd like to introduce you all to our newest member of our team. This is Cindy Tao. She is our Director of Accounting Services, who will be presenting with me tonight. So let's get to the report. Here's our list of acronyms that we typically provide. We will do our best not to use these throughout the presentation and to speak to them and try to slow down. So if there's any questions about the report or any of the terminology, we can certainly take those. And the next slide is our agenda for this evening. So we'll go over the financial reporting requirements and then discuss just really briefly the district's fiscal status, which impacts our financial reporting requirements. Go over an overview of the second interim, and review some of the changes for the unrestricted and restricted budget, and then review the multi-year projections, a summary, and then questions, of course, and then we'll seek your approval for second interim. So with that, there are several ed codes that guide districts' financial reporting. The first one speaks to our interims, which one of them that we're presenting to you tonight there's two that we are required to prepare and to present to you all for review and then for approval. We presented the first one, which is referred to as the first interim, back in December. And that covers the period of actual financial activity, meaning actual revenue coming in and expenses, through October 31st. And then we project the remaining year of the budget year we're working in, plus our 2 out years. And then we prepare a second report, which is the second interim that we are presenting tonight. And that covers actuals through January 31st. And then again, we project through the remaining of this year and then the 2 subsequent years. And of course, the second ed code just simply states that we bring you this information, these reports, and we ask for your certification, your approval to certify that, based on the information we're providing in these reports, that we are fiscally solvent, that we can meet our obligations for the budget year and the 2 coming years. In the event that we're not able to, and that our report, instead of it being a positive certification, tonight we are bringing to you a recommendation for a positive because we have the ability to meet our obligations. But just a few years back, we were not in that situation and we were filing either qualified or negative. When that happens, then we have to do a third report, which is third interim, and that reports through April 30th. And so luckily, we don't have to do that this year. So we will not have a third interim. And so let me go to the next slide. And so with that, we're going to get into all the data that is in the second interim. And this is very high level. So the very first part of this second interim starts when you all approved the district's budget. You adopted it on June 23rd. And at that time, we shared with you that the state budget wasn't final, that there were some uncertainties regarding the COLA, that there were some negotiations going on behind the scenes. There was also some negotiation about the ADA relief, because as you all may recall, during COVID, many districts saw significant drops in enrollment and ADA. And so the state provided all districts with some relief so that we can kind of, weather that and have a smoother transition into that decline of ADA. And then there was some discussion about one-time funds. Prior to the state budget being enacted, you might recall that the one-time funds were going to be treated unrestrictedly, and then after the state budget was enacted, those shifted to restricted. Then on June 30th, finally, the state enacted budget was passed, and these are the changes that resulted. And then first interim came around, and in first interim, we did incorporate those changes from the state enacted budget. And it also included any budget revisions, and it also included our ending balances from the 21-22, because by then we would have closed our books and we would have had our beginning balances. And then we also posted all of our carryover funds. So the second interim is made up of all of that information that I just shared with you, plus any new revisions since then. And we've listed a couple of them at very high level, and we'll go into that in a little more detail. And we also provided that for you in the executive summary, of course. So with that, I am going to turn it over now to Cindy so she can walk you through some of this information.
Good evening, board members, student member, and superintendent. My name is Cindy Tao. I'm the Director of Accounting Services. Tonight, I'm going to present the 22-23 second interim changes, but before doing so, I want to mention there are two big categories. One, unrestricted, and two is restricted. Unrestricted revenues are generated primarily by the base revenue limit calculation and are available for the general and discretional needs of the district. Unrestricted revenues pay for non-categorical programs such as classroom instructions, school administration, and maintenance and operation. Restricted revenues are available for use only with the programs and the purpose for which they are granted. Restricted revenues are for specific purposes. So I'm going to move on to the top table on unrestricted revenue. The first interim, we projected $498.6 million. For second interim, we are projecting $498.5 million. That is a decreased change of $145,000. The change were due to minor changes to unrestricted LCFF, decrease due to the change in unduplicated pupil percentages. We projected 70.92%, but the actual were reflected at 70.76. Moving to the lower table, restricted revenue changes. First interim, we projected $358.6 million. For second interim, we're projecting $352.2 million. That is a significant change of $6.4 million. The reason for the significant change is the overall revenue change due to the one-third decrease in arts and music discretionary block grant per the 23-24 governor's proposed budget, and also for minor changes in state and local revenues. Moving on to unrestricted expenditure changes. First interim, we projected $372.5 million. Second interim, we are projecting $363.5 million. That is a decreased variance of 8.9. The decrease is in certificated salaries and benefits, and I want to mention that the certificated salaries is just not teachers, it's also administrators as well. I also want to mention the classified increase of $239,000. That's due to the new campus safety staff and additional instructional aides. There's a decrease in books and supplies of 3.6. Just want to mention that that's based off current year spending, and we're budgeting based off trends. Moving on down to $277,000 decrease in contract services and other operating. That's just a slight minor change in contractual. agreements. Moving down to capital outlay, we have an increase of 1.6. That significant increase is due to that one-time bus purchase and the vehicles for security office. And then we have indirect charges, which is a decrease of 50,000. Now, if you don't know what indirect cost is, that is actually cost related to general management costs associated with administering a grant program. So overall, that's an 8.9 decrease in change. Moving on to restricted expenditure changes. First interim, we projected 406 million. Second interim, we are projecting 407.7 million. That is a change of 1.4. That's an increase, actually. The decrease in certificated and classified salaries are due to one-time cost saving. If you notice there, the 1.4 in certificated salaries, classified salaries, a decrease of 691,000. Benefits related to those salaries, a decrease of 1.2. That's all from vacancy savings. Also for books and supplies, it's a decrease of 455,000. As mentioned before, that was just from trends and actual expenditures of the books and the supplies. Move down to contract services, there's an increase of 5.1 million. That's a significant change, and that is due to one-time adjustments and budget revisions. The majority of the change is from special education increase in contract services, as well as title programs. Capital outlays is just a slight increase of 119, and indirect charges of an increase of 27,000. So that's a total of 1.4 and change. The next slide is the comparison of the second interim to first interim projections. I'm going to just try to keep it very high level and very simple because there's a lot of numbers on here and it can get really confusing. So I'm going to focus on the unrestricted column. The second interim unrestricted in-fund balance is 104.2 million. Comparing to the first interim, if you look down below at 95 million ending balance, that's an approximate 8.8 million increase. This is the result of recognizing additional one-time savings. Moving on to the next column for restricted. Restricted ending fund balance is 86.2 million. Comparing to the first interim balance of 94 down below, that is a decrease of approximately 7.9 million. This is due to the reduction of the this is due to the one-third reduction of the arts and music grant per the 23-24 governor's proposed budget. So out of the 7.9 million, it's from the one-third reduction to the art. The remaining 1.5 is the result of changes through expenditures with net decreases in contracts and services, offsetting the decrease in other categories. So the total net change ending fund balance, which is the last column, we're looking at 190.5 million compared to 190.6 million. That is a net difference of an increase of 888,000. And that's the sum of it. And I'm going to move on to the next slide for 22-23 for second interim multi-year projections. Our CBO, Ms. Ramos, was going to present this.
Sorry. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Okay, and now this takes us to our multi-year projections. And our out years, of course, are the years 2023 and 24-25. So for the unrestricted revenue assumptions, we've listed them there. I know it's a lot of information. And we are using, of course, the governor's January budget proposal for the out years. And so in the governor's proposal, as you might recall, there was an increase proposed in the COLA of 5.38 to 8.13%, and we did use that. However, for the 24-25 year, there was a projected slight decrease, and that is reflected. And then we are also including our funded ADA for the out years. And it's really important. I'm going to just pause a little bit and try to explain this simply because it's really important for the board to know that you are seeing our ADA, our funded ADA decline. The reason for that is that you might recall that in the 22-23, we were able to, as part of the Budget Act, able to take advantage of another option for capturing ADA, and that was using a 3-year averaging. That was a new thing, that was great. And that was to help districts provide them with some relief because, as I said earlier, during COVID, we saw a huge decline in enrollment and ADA, and it would have been devastating to districts' budgets across the state. So we took advantage of that. But what's going to happen with that 3-year average, at some point, those high ADAs yields from the earlier years are going to fall off, and we're going to have to start recognizing the lower ADAs. So we just, this is a projection. It can change. Our ADA can go up. We can get more students in the district, but we just need to make the board aware that this is something that's out there and that we will keep a very close watch on. Although our enrollment has been trending a little bit above projection, what we're noticing is that our ADA has not quite hit the level of the pre-COVID years. We were trending at about 94.5% prior to COVID. After COVID, we saw, of course, like everyone else, a significant drop. We went down to as far as 88%. Now we're starting to trend about 89, 90%. I mean, it's still not the 94, but it's still pretty low. And for us, that means, a loss of students not coming to school and a loss of revenue. So we just need to make sure that, everyone's aware of that. And then, of course, we're not projecting any change on the unrestricted federal, state, or local award allocations for the out years. And then our contributions to special ed, based on trend analysis, we did plan for some slight increases in the out years. And on the restricted side, you're seeing mostly here some reductions, and these are only to adjust for the one-time carryovers. And what that means is that right now in this year, we have a lot of carryover money because of all the COVID relief dollars that we got, but we know that we're going to spend those down over the next year and a half, and so we have to take those out of the budget, and that's what you're seeing here primarily. And then, of course, the contributions to special ed. And then as far as the expenditures are concerned, we do plan for a step-in column, and this is based on our analysis. And then we do plan for an adjustment in FTE that's tied to our enrollment, for our projected enrollment, and then some other one-time adjustments. And those simply mean temporary positions or positions that are funded with categorical resources that have an expiration date. What you will see also in the budget is that additional certificated adjustments were made for the expansion of TK. We are going to be expanding on top of what we're already doing, the 14 sites. And so we're planning for those 14 teachers and the program. So there'll be additional expenses coming into the budget. And we do the same with the classified staff salaries. We take the step and column adjustments, and then we've also factored in the instructional aides for TK. And then, of course, as Cindy mentioned, the new campus security positions are factored in as well. And naturally, the benefits are going to increase. What you're also seeing with the benefit increase is the increase in PERS, and so that's factored in. And books and supplies, we've made the adjustments for one-time expenses. And then the other item is services, the adjustments of about $98,000 for one-time expenses as well, and then some supplemental recognition as supplemental concentration funds. And then the next slide is our restricted expenditures. Pretty much the same thing. They have salaries just like the unrestricted side, and they have the same step and column rate, and we make those adjustments, and the benefit costs as well are tied to those positions. Now, the difference over in the restricted side is the budgeting for Prop 28. That's the new arts and music funding that we're expected to receive in the coming year. That is a restricted resource. It does have the supplanting rule, very important. It has to have a plan. It's by school site. And what else can I share about that? That 80% of it should be targeted towards staffing, and there is an annual report that's required for that. And it's a two-part calculation. One of them is based on enrollment, and the other is based on income, low-income students. And so again, same thing with books and supplies, based on trend analysis and adjustments for one time. And then just the removal of a lot of the ESSER. So you'll see our budget change pretty drastically over the next couple of years. Not to be alarmed, it's just the ESSER funds. We got so much ESSER funds, and you'll see those spent down and those revenues go away as well. And that takes us to our multi-year projections, just the summary. And again, a lot of numbers, and I just want, we try to make this as user-friendly as possible, but just know that these are also coming from the state-required forms that we have to file with the state. They're prescribed that we have to complete. And so we just want you to be able to see the same numbers that you're seeing in that huge packet you get that gets filed with the state. And we just try to condense it as much as possible. So what you're seeing here is our multi-year projection. We pulled out the unrestricted, and then that's the top chart. And we've also provided the combined, the unrestricted and the restricted multi-year projection, so you can see the difference. And what you're probably noticing is that our unassigned, unappropriated is the same for both charts. And the reason for that is because on the restricted side, you don't have an unassigned and you don't have an unappropriated. It has to be a balanced resource. For example, Title I doesn't have, it has carryover, but it doesn't have something that's not budgeted. You have to budget all of your categoricals to be spent. So that's what you're seeing there. And then I think that's going to, I know we went swiftly here. So that takes us to the summary. And of course, we always provide that risk and opportunity slide, and they're pretty much the opposite of one another. You know, we always have to share that there's always risk with the state budget, not knowing, you know, what really that's going to look like at the end once it's all enacted. And then we've been hearing about the recession. Is it going to happen? Is it not going to happen? To what degree? We just have to put it out there for you. And then enrollment in ADA, and then the ongoing COVID. We're still seeing cases in our district. We're still spending on COVID items, related items. So that's still that possibility that can still spike a little bit. And the opportunities, of course, are that, you know, we do get a higher COLA, and funding does continue to improve for districts, and that we're able to recapture enrollment more. An opportunity that we do have some control over is that hopefully we can improve our ADA, and that means our attendance. You know, maybe we can't bring in more students, but if we can get our attendance up, that certainly not only is it better for students, of course, but does impact our revenue. And then there's also that potential that we can make up those lost instructional days that we lost last year through some kind of a process. So those are the opportunities, and that takes us to the end of our presentation, and we'll open it up for questions, and then, of course, at the end, seek your approval.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ramos. Do we have any comments?
We do have one speaker, Nikki Malevsky.
Okay. Ms. Malevsky, welcome back. Good evening.
Nikki Malevsky, First Vice President of SCTA, and I'll be brief. We are pleased to see that once again the district is asking you to approve a budget with a positive certification. That is a much-needed action for the district to take to end the destructive oversight that SCOE has exercised in our district. Since the new board was sworn in December 15th, this Board of Education has played a much more useful oversight role than the so-called experts at SCOE. We want to ensure that the second interim positive certification is approved unconditionally, which is a necessary prerequisite to bring to a close SCOE's very expensive and detrimental oversight. We further urge this board to review the need to revise Board Policy 3100, an issue that was first brought up by Board Member Kayada in his first meeting here on December 15th in 2022. We should also note that the district is now projecting a $39 million unrestricted fund surplus for this school year, a $9 million increase over the first interim projections in December. Based on past experience, we predict that when the year ends, the district surplus will exceed $50 million for this year. The district has funds that it needs to invest in our students now. With your leadership, we think that SCUSD can finally has the moral compass to put the needs of our students ahead of a bigger and bigger reserve fund. So we look forward to working with you and to guarantee that SCUSD puts spending priorities where they should be. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment? Okay, we have board discussion, and we're going to go with Member G.
Thank you very much, and you went so quickly. I'm very impressed how much info you packed in there for us in this busy night. So I'm going to keep this very simple too. Talking about legislation, I've heard rumors that they are trying to pass legislation to change that ADA reality. The fact that I like to think of it like an analogy of a gym. A gym is always there. If you only pay when you go, the gym wouldn't survive. It's why they do monthly requirements or annual requirements, right? A school is always there, but we only get paid when kids are in the seats. And that's a huge problem for our budget, which is what we're realizing right now. So I just want to kind of put out there, if we have a lobbyist, if we have a legislative action, and there's a bill that's going to help us fix that ADA, I would like us to consider looking at that and taking action on it. As far as questions go, I'm looking at, I'm sorry, I think it's page 14, and you've got committed the textbook adoption and the 3% additional reserve. I know that in December you had brought an action to us and we decided not to take it. It hasn't come back to us, but it is in the budget. So I'm just wondering where are we at in the process? Because it's saying it's committed, but I don't think we had taken action to commit it that way.
It's on page 14.
It's on, yeah.
Of the executive summary or the?
Yes, executive summary,
Okay.
page 14.
Got it. Okay, and so your question is, I'm sorry.
In December, I know it had been brought to us to take action, and then we had essentially had tabled it, and it hasn't come back to us. So I'm now seeing it in the budget and just wondering, I don't think we took action on it, and it's in the budget. So where are we at in that process, and what does that mean for those monies if we haven't committed it that way specifically?
Yep. I can answer the question about where it is in the budget. As you know, the 10% cap kicked in for this year, 22-23, and the requirement is that at the adopted budget, if that were to happen with your adopted budget, you're projecting that 10% cap. At that same meeting, that's when the district prepares a commitment list and says, if we're not going to spend above that 10%, district, please, or board, please approve these commitments so that, we are not in violation of that 10% cap. And so that was the last time we brought forward a resolution that was approved. And so that amount included various things. It was I can't recall all the details. The first thing that pops to my head is textbooks because that was on the agenda tonight. So what'll happen is that as we're budgeting some of those lists of commitments, then that commitment resolution, that amount will start to decrease. And so the one remaining item on there is the board policy 3100 for that extra 3%. And so because no action has been taken to reverse that, that remains in effect, if that answers your question.
I think that does. So I would say, I know Member Kayada brought it up in December and that hasn't come back to us as an agendized item in discussion. So I'd like to see us do that. And I'm looking forward very much to our budget development discussions. I know we've got a lot of really great ideas and it's super exciting to see the funding that we have and the opportunities that we have in front of us. And so I'm excited for those continued conversations. Thanks.
Thank you, Regine. Member Kayada.
Thank you, Rose, for being with us here, and you will be here for 2 more items that I subjected you to, so thank you. Appreciate your work, and Cindy, I think this is the first time we've seen you, but I appreciate your work as well. Having a strong understanding of our finances really allows us to function as a board, so really do appreciate it. My only 2 questions, Member Jean just kind of asked them as well, but I just wanted to follow up. So I just wanted to be clear. So we have not adopted any policy or resolution regarding committing our additional unrestricted reserves. Is that correct?
Any additional? No.
So we still need to do that. So is there a time when we're expected to be hearing that?
Let me clarify. In respect to the 10% cap,
Yes.
we've not done anything different from adopted budget. And so the next, you can do it anytime throughout the year. The board can make changes to the budget anytime. But as far as that particular item is concerned in that new law that took effect, when we develop the budget for the 23-24 year, and if we exceed that 10% cap, that's when, the board would take action to commit those funds for, what the board would decide to commit them for.
Okay, but we still need to commit some funds this year before June, right?
No, because that other resolution or that was approved by the board at budget adoption has not been reversed. Nothing's been done with that, so it's in effect now.
So the one we heard on December 5th was for next year?
What you heard in December 5th, I believe, I'm so sorry, I was not at that meeting, and I'll have to look up that particular item, but I I think it was, if anybody here remembers what it is, any of the staff. I don't know if it was undoing that resolution or the commitment. I don't remember what they were doing at that December meeting. I'll have to look that up for you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the recommendation was approve a resolution which put funds into textbooks and an additional money into the 3% reserve. And it would also rescind the prior resolution that you mentioned. So when we tabled that item in December at our first meeting, my understanding was that we were not committing ourselves to the previous board's action, but that we directed staff to look into other places to put this reserve other than other reserves. And I am expecting to see that come back. If you're not understanding it the way I am, then I think that's a problem. And I would ask the superintendent to please clarify, because I felt like we were all pretty clear, notwithstanding, it was a big night. And if that's not the case, that's what we discussed. Superintendent, can you speak to this?
Yeah. Member Kayada, what we have committed to doing is bringing this back as part of the follow-up discussion around the Board Policy 3100. And we're hoping to do that at one of our April meetings based on our board planner. And we can include that piece because it was there was a lot going on that night, of course, and also some requests that were made to bring back 3100. And so we will make sure that we do that at one of our April meetings.
Okay, I just want to be very clear that I would find it completely unacceptable for us to follow the treatment of excess reserves policy of the previous board that I have been very clear that I do not agree with. Additionally, yes, I'm hearing a commitment to hearing Board Policy 3100 in April, so I will hold you to that, Superintendent. That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, seeing that we have no more board discussion. That's what I was going to ask. We have a motion and a second. Student preferential. Not you, wait. Me, wait. You go ahead, student preferential.
Oh, 9-1. Okay.
11-1.
Yes.
Okay. Superintendent, go ahead.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
Yep.
Member Pritchett? Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes. Moving on to item 11.3. Hello, Rose.
Hi again. I think I'll be up here for a bit. Okay, this is a contract that we're bringing before the board for approval. It was on the agenda in previous board meetings under consent. This is a contract for Cami Calais for consulting services for this year. She's been working for the district for the past year and a half, helping us manage and prepare the financial reports for all of our ESSER and other COVID relief funds, because this is a huge undertaking and we need the extra support. We have had various vacancies in our department that have prevented us from being able to take on this additional task. It's quite a job. Just to give you an example, we have a report coming due March 28th. And CDE has sent out a notice to let staff know at various districts throughout the state, be prepared for this. It's going to take about 40 hours to have each of these reports prepared. They're very tedious, very time consuming, and they should be. They're restricted funds in the state, and the government wants to know how we've spent these funds. And to put into perspective, we have still 9 grants that we have to report on between ESSER 2, ESSER 3, ELO. So, and we just, our current staff does not have the capacity to take this on. It's an additional, it's quite a job. We received about $300+ million in one-time money, and each of those have their own reporting requirements. And we did try to see if we could hire someone to come on as a regular employee, but it's very difficult when you're competing with neighboring districts that are also hiring for permanent positions, because we knew that to hire for this particular task was not going to be an ongoing position. It would go away when the reporting for this went away. So those were some of the challenges, and it was just far more expedient to go this route with someone that's already trained, knows the system, and could just come in day one and do the job. And just if there's any other questions I can answer.
Thank you so much. Do we have any Public comment.
We do, President Rhodes. We have Nikki Malevsky. She has 4 minutes. John Borsowski for his time.
Okay.
Good evening, Board. Nikki Malevsky from SCTA. Look, this contract is so weird. This situation with Cami Kelly and this independent contract. So she worked here for a bit. Then she gets a job to be Director of Fiscal Services in Woodland. In fact, this really nice little paper writes a welcome to Woodland, yay, December 10th, 2021. She's interviewed, and she says, I'm very excited to come on board. I look forward to working with Woodland Joint Unified School District. But she'd already signed a contract with this district to be an independent contractor at the end of, on October 29th of 2021. She'd already signed that contract. It started November 1. It was for $68,000 to do, up to 800 hours of work. A Woodland teacher said they don't think she ever showed up in Woodland. But this is a very strange history of how she got here as an independent contractor. Then it appears that somehow she got a contract for 22-23. Never seen it, never seen any evidence of it, looked all over the school board packets, but a lot of places do say it was for $98,000, which is about, $8,200 a month, which is close to, she was making $8.5 thousand in the first contract she had, right? Okay, so then it comes before this school board, January 19th, you're brought documents on your consent agenda that the summary says $98,000 original contract, adding $180 for a $270 contract, which doesn't even add up, right? But then when you look into the contract, and I brought this to your attention, it actually says to start at $98,000, add $180,000 for a total of $278,000 this school year. Now, then the February board packet, it says February 16th, $98,000 plus $100,000 for $198,000. And you guys asked for more information and to be brought back for the public to know. And, we just get this one-page thing that doesn't even have a contract with it. It doesn't even say her name, let alone any information. So that's what's before you tonight. And this would raise her pay to $16,500 a month for 12 months. $278,000. You get an area superintendent, an assistant superintendent for, $130 to $160. And you're paying this independent contractor to do the COVID budget, just the reporting and things like that, which, by the way, has anyone seen COVID reporting about what the money was spent on or the update or the products of her work? No. And so in looking further into your school board packets, I find a November 17, 2022 board packet in the purchase orders for, mid-September to mid-October. Here she is, Cami Calais, Budget Consulting Services for Special Ed. Billed to the Special Ed Department, not the business services, not COVID money, for $5,500. So is there another contract out there for the same independent contractor to also do work for special ed? What is going on? And why is there so much mystery? Why is it so hidden? Why was it $278 and then, was it $198 now? Why do the same budget documents, the same things brought to you have two different numbers in them? What is going on?
Thank you, Ms. Malevsky.
Thank you for your time, and I appreciate you looking into this.
We have any more public comment?
We do not.
Okay, going into board discussion. We have a discussion from Member Singh.
I don't know if there's an easy way to ask Rose, but is there an answer to that question about the special ed contract piece?
Yes, I can answer that. What happened during that time is our special ed department was in need of fiscal support. They have their own fiscal and budget person, and that person, that person was not available. I can't go into the specifics. And so the special ed department reached out to our office and said, can you guys help us? We're really in need of some support. We have reports due, we have budgeting work due, and we said we'd love to, but we are down people. I don't have anyone that I can send you, but we're working with the consultant right now. What we can do is we have a contract. She can do some work for you, but we'll just have to make sure we track your hours separately so that it's billed appropriately, so that ESSER is not paying for work that should be done, that should be paid for special ed. And great, no problem. That's totally acceptable. And that's what happened. She did some work, and that's why it's for that limited time. And then they got their support back, and yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. That's my only question for you, Rose. So,
Okay.
but I'm not done.
Not done.
No. So I've said this before. So, and to be very honest, up here, I've actually talked to the superintendent about just my thoughts in general. I am not excited, and I've been saying this about contracting out. I also understand what you're saying, which is that we need the support for this specific piece of work. But I want to state that we need to fill these positions. And what I'm worried about is that when this contract is up, we're going to be talking about how neighboring districts are competitive and we can't fill the position. That is not going to be a solution, because I'm not going to feel comfortable re-upping the contract if we even decide to approve it today, 12 months from now. So I really am looking to staff, to HR, to figure out what we got to do to start filling these positions, because this is a hefty contract. And I do believe that our consultants and our independent contractors need to be support staff, not lead staff. They need to be folks who help the current staff that we have get the job done. I'm kind of hearing that, but I don't. If Cami Clay would be running the work and leading the work, I absolutely have my reservations, and I need to know what specific work she'll be doing and who she'll be reporting to for this work.
Under this contract? Yeah, she will be reporting to me. That's what's been happening.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Member Kayada.
When I originally pulled this item, I was clear what I wanted, which was justification for why this was being done by a contractor and why we couldn't do it in-house. Rose, you have provided that information, and I promise you that if you gave me that information and it's a justified contract, I would support it, so I will. It does not mean I like it, and it does not mean that I want this to be the way of life for our district. So I do appreciate us getting this information, and I'm very interested in what we can do to make sure we're not having a contract in the future for services like this. And I understand if this really was a hyper specialized just for the COVID-19 and no one else can do that and it's short term, that's different to me than your other staffing issues that you have in your department. We need to tackle those. In response to a request, I guess, that Member Singh brought up at our last meeting about looking into our contracting procedures, I'd like to thank you for having the conversation with me along with the superintendent and our internal auditor, whose name escapes my mind. And I would like to relay some of that conversation just so I can express that I would like that to be on the record. And I'd like to get a commitment from the superintendent, which I've received privately, which is that we will look into contracting, ironically, with outside firms, whether it be an accounting firm, a consultancy, or a law firm, to look into our contracting procedures, to look into why we can't hire, so essentially doing a pay study for people here in Cerna, and also to look into getting to the bottom of, I believe it to be the case that our contracts are not well organized, and I think a lot of that is because we don't have in-house legal counsel. I think that I would expect that I gave you a huge headache by pulling this because you had to go through everything and you wouldn't have known, and because we don't have staff who are tracking these contracts. On a similar vein, I am very interested in seeing Pam Weiler's contract, which we still have not seen as board members. The public hasn't seen it and has been increasingly requesting it. That shouldn't be a difficult ask. So those are essentially, I will approve this, but I would like confirmation tonight from the superintendent that we will be getting those outside services to identify our processes. And also a commitment that we have Pam Manweiler's contract made available to the public who's been asking for it or brought to this board so we can hear about it.
Member Kaida, was that a motion to approve this item? I was being clear.
I know. I'm not. I know. I'm going to trust the superintendent to take that as a verbal commitment if he says yes right now. And then it will be a motion to approve it.
Okay. Is there a second to approve this? There's a second and a motion. We still have some more board discussion. There's a second and motion on the table. Member Jean.
It's late, so I'll keep this brief. I think we've all chatted and shared how important it is that we hire people in our district that are invested in our students and our schools and our communities. And that I'm in this tough place of not wanting to continue practice that I feel to be ultimately problematic and not wanting to put you and your staff in any kind of place where we're now in other trouble because now we're not getting the reports done and the things that we are getting done. So I'll reiterate, I'm really excited to look at budget development. And I'm really excited to look at perhaps an audit of the contractors and or hiring a contractor to look at how much we contract, which the funniness in that is just tickling my brain at 10:30 at night. And I'll leave it there. Thank you. And thank you for making sure we got to hear from you as to why this was significant to your department. Thank you.
Member Villa.
I'm just going to round that out. I do appreciate you taking the time to clarify. I know there's been a lot of questions regarding this, but the bottom line is our job is to make sure our staff is supported and that the work gets done so we are in compliance with what we need to do. And obviously with COVID dollars, there was a lot of rules and things that needed to be done. And there are also, as you noted, there are internal HR personal things that, that's not our job to necessarily share everything that we do as a district. So our job here is to support you, make sure you're getting the work done. So I appreciate you letting us know how things are working, and I will continue to support your department and whatever departments we need to make sure we're compliant and getting ourselves moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and second, student preferential. We're
11.
No. We're approving to have, they're approving of Ms. Callie Calay's contract going forward.
Yes.
Okay, roll call vote. After you.
Member Jean?
A reluctant and concerned yes.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Phillips? Aye. Member Pritchett? Aye. Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh? No. Member Villa?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes. We're going to the next item. We're going to go to 11. Oh, actually, guys, we're going to extend the meeting. It was going to 1. I already shortened it by 2 items, but now we're over those 2 item time, so I would like to extend it by another hour at most. Can I have a second on that as we get through these items? Well, 10:31 at 11:05 for an hour ahead. Just want to make. Thank you. We just want to move through. Thank you, guys. All right. So.
Wait, yeah. What is the official extension? 11:31.
To 11:31 at maximum. Might not get there, but we want to just have that so we can.
Yes.
Thank you. We plan to get done with this earlier. I just want to not. Okay, student vote no. So we're gonna actually say, all in favor, please say aye.
I guess.
So we have 2 no's.
No.
2 no's, yes ayes. It's 3 no's, rest ayes. We are going to move forward. Thank you very much. Going on to the next one, Miss. Right.
I just want to remind the board that moving forward on agenda planning, that we have a student board member that sits on our dais and that she has school in the morning.
Yes, that's why Ms. Pridget, that's why we shortened it up earlier. We did have a very long discussion around our Trans Day.
And thank you for discussing that with me. I appreciate it.
So yes, so we are cognizant of that, and that's why we took action earlier to address that. Ms. Wright?
Good evening, Board Member Rhodes, Board President Rhodes, I'm sorry, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. We are here to present tonight a second read of the revision of the Board Policy 6170.1, Transitional Kindergarten. I'd like to introduce Melissa Seigers, the Director of Early Learning and Care.
Thank you. I am here to present the rereading of this transitional kindergarten policy revision. So we're going to start off reiterating that this is grounded in our core value and guiding principles, specifically providing opportunities for everyone to learn, grow, and reach their greatest potential. There is different access to early education for our students currently, and this transitional kindergarten policy is moving to create a more inclusive opportunities for our students to have access to the first 2 years of kindergarten. Here are the acronyms that you may reference throughout the presentation. I will be going over, again, the driving governance, an overview of this board policy revision of 6170.1, policy changes, next steps, and we'll give opportunity for questions. So the driving governance is Assembly Bill 130. This requires LEAs that operate kindergarten to also provide TK for all 4-year-old children by the school year 25-26. It also requires us to provide full-day learning program opportunities through partnerships with expanded learning offerings such as preschool, state preschool, Head Start, and say our after-school and before-school programs. This policy outlines the eligibility, out-of-district transfers, waivers, curriculum instruction, staffing, the continuation to kindergarten, and then a program evaluation. So as stated before, you'll see that early kindergarten is exchanged for transitional kindergarten throughout the policy revision, and that there is an increased inclusion of students so that by the year 25-26 school year, all students who turn 4 by September 1st will be eligible for TK. We also extend this opportunity so that out-of-district TK students may be admitted to our Sac City TK classrooms for continuity of services. We also want to extend opportunity for students and provide inclusion by offering these waivers. One is the overage TK waiver. This is for students who otherwise would be eligible for kindergarten and have their 5th birthday on or before September 1st. In addition, we have the underage TK waiver. So it changes and extends that, that window so that in the year 23-24, students who turn 5 between April 2nd and April 1st have the opportunity to attend TK. Again, in the 24-25 school year, those that have their 5th birthday between June 2nd and September 1st would be allowed to enter into our TK classrooms. And then again, the special underage TK waiver, which is those who qualify for the underage TK waiver and they have an active IEP and also have a sibling at that site with TK would have some opportunities there as well. When we talk about extending the learning opportunities, we have a model of commingling where TK and preschool students, that is the same classroom, although they must meet the requirements of both TK and preschool requirements. So you'll see those listed there. Now, to go back to the waiver of the overage waiver, this requires that parents agree to have their children continue on to kindergarten, not skip to 1st grade that next year. So if they, were eligible for kindergarten and chose to or requested to go into TK instead, they cannot skip to 1st grade. They must go to kinder. And so our next steps is to bring it back for board approval on April 13th and then revise the administrative regulations. Now we'll open it for questions.
Do we have any public comment?
We do have one from Kendra Nickel. Sorry, I can't make out the last name. I apologize. Way.
Hello. I remember you.
Back.
Good to
This
see you.
very specific issue.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Thank you again for considering this. You all make so many hard decisions, and this is a really easy win for our kids. It's not going to cost the district anything. These programs are already in place, and it matters so much to the kids that are going to be able to access TK. The kids whose families have a ton of money are getting TK anyway because they're going to Maryhill or Bergamo or wherever. And there's a very small subset of kids who actually qualify for Head Start. There's this giant chunk of kids who should have access to a TK education. We have empty seats in almost all of the TK programs that are currently running. We're opening more TK programs, so there will be more empty seats. And there's just not any reason to let our earliest learners get that extra year to prepare for kindergarten. My daughter did TK. It was huge for her. She was so much more confident than she would have been. And I'm interested in this because my son is born 2 weeks past the deadline, and he is so sad that he's not going to get to go to TK next year. And it breaks my heart to tell him that because of his age, he can't, even though there's empty seats that are just sitting there. So I just urge you all to give these kids a win and let them have that great early education. They'll do better in kindergarten. They're going to stay in the Sac City public schools. Their attendance will count for money and all those things later. But I think having that confidence early on, it really follows them all the way through the rest of their education. So thank you for your time and for considering this.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to open it up. No more? We're going to open up to board discussion. We have in the queue Member Jean.
It's second reading. Are we moving approval at this time?
No, it's going to come back on April 13th.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Member Villa.
I'll just say quickly, as a parent, this is the best thing. Like, there is just no substitute of having your child in a TK program and starting that transition. And I also love for, kids at that age to be able to be on a school site and they just learn their community, their teachers, that until 6th grade. That's crucial. I mean, like I said, as a parent, I'm with you. I think it is hands down the best thing that we can do for our students, and I am so supportive. Anything that this board can do to make sure that this program rolls out successfully, 100% in. So thank you for all the work you guys are doing.
Thank you, Member Villa. Member Kayada.
I just want to once again thank Kendra for her advocacy on this. I don't think that we would have these waivers if you hadn't brought this to us aggressively and repeatedly. And I do understand how hard it is to get these things passed up here because I'm feeling it on this side of the dais, but really looking forward to passing this when it comes back and helping the kids like yours and mine. And my daughter went to TK and I just thought it was the best thing ever. So thank you.
Member Singh.
Hi, Vaughn. My question is around the parent participation program that was mentioned earlier. I would like to know if there is a way to blend that into this work, and if there's a way to blend parent participation programs into the TK space so that we can actually, I don't want to say, well, yeah, we can kind of get those children into our district, because one of the concerns we have is that the folks who go through the parent participation program don't necessarily have to stay in SUSD, and trying to encourage folks to stay inside our district and possibly having those students a part of our district and us getting the funding for those students. I'm assuming, I'm just making things up, but you can make adjustments to some of the older students in that parent participation program, because I think there is 1 year where they reach that TK age. And I think that would be when they turn 4, if I'm right. But that's my question, if there's a way, or have you thought about that after you had that conversation with the parent participation folks?
So with our parent participation preschool, we have had thoughts about realigning the program to fall under early learning and care so that we can provide some opportunities for learning about each of those programs and what we can, how we can take the best of each of those programs and to strengthen both programs. Parents are always accepted as volunteers in the classroom. The preschool programs do have a parent participation and a parent education and parent involvement portion to their program.
So I guess my question is, do you think there's a way to bring the parent participation program within the TK realm so that we can actually get funding into our district through the parent participation program? Considering some of the requirements for TK is like actual physical classroom, it can't be a portable classroom. I'm thinking about Tahoe. I think the students actually have a physical, actual classroom that they're in. So I'm just trying to figure out if am I making a stretch here, or is there actually a possibility where we can find a bucket where they're actually getting the TK requirements? The only difference is they have parents in the room.
So we can investigate that further and explore how we can do that if that is an interest.
Yeah, Member Singh, I just want to make sure that we know what we're going to be exploring, specifically because the parent participation preschool program falls currently under our adult school and there's regulatory compliance issues related to who the student is. I think what you're asking is the student is the parent, but because the young child, their children is in the room, is there a way in which we can figure out a way that the young child is considered a student through our TK program or early learning and care program? And that is what we'll certainly have to investigate.
That's exactly what I'm asking, for the children to be considered the students and the parents to be, for me, it sounds like a reshuffling, but it's probably not that simple. And I don't know if Member Pritchett has any thoughts, but I would love to hear from Member Pritchett on this.
Yeah, I would like to explore that as well. But I think that we need to think about maybe revamping the program, like as if you said, maybe having discussions with the parent participation preschool and Yvonne and staff, and deciding if we want, because the superintendent makes a good point about the parents are the student. But I do agree that it needs to be moved out of adult ed, which I know that you're working on and meeting with them some. I'm eager to, maybe you and I can meet with Yvonne when she kind of gathers everything and we can have that discussion for sure.
Okay, thank you. Seeing that there's no other board, this is a second reading, so there's no action on the item. We're going to go to the next 11.5. Revision to Board Policy 6158. This is the first reading.
Good evening again, Board President Rhodes, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. My name is Yvonne Wright, Chief Academic Officer, and I'm here to present to you proposed revisions to Board Policy 6158, Independent Study. Independent study from inception was designed to serve as an optional alternative instructional strategy for students whose educational needs may be best met through study outside the regular classroom. And it is in keeping with our core values of addressing inequities and leveling the playing field, and our guiding principle of providing the greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options. I'm providing this as a reference for acronyms that may be used in this presentation. The agenda tonight will consist of driving governance, proposed policy changes, next steps, questions, and answers. Assembly Bills 130 and 167 were instituted to provide guidance and regulations for independent study during the 21-22 school year, with the main goal of strengthening independent study in light of the COVID-19 pandemic and subsequent school closures, quarantines, and parent reluctance to send students back to school. Assembly Bill 181 came into effect for the 22-23 school year and moving forward, and it included significant changes to the two prior Assembly bills, with a few changes that include: districts must offer in-person instruction and independent study as an optional service delivery model for instruction. COVID-19 is no longer allowed as a reason for independent study. As a result of AB 181, those changes to the board policy made under Assembly Bills 130 and Assembly Bill 167 now need to be amended. The proposed revisions for Board Policy 6158 in this presentation are designed to address requirements set forth by Assembly Bill 181. The first changes I will discuss are those that are overarching or that occurred throughout the policy. This includes removing language and requirements that were only applicable for the 21-22 school year and thus now is obsolete. In the introductory paragraph, we added language regarding emergency closures and specified that independent study will be offered to students within 10 days of a school closure. In the section General Requirements, the proposed revision addresses minimum instructional minutes and states that the instructional minutes for independent study will be the same as those required for in-person instruction. Also, in the section on general requirements, we made changes to the section on tiered re-engagement. In 21-22, these procedures apply to students who did not generate attendance for more than 3 school days or 60% of the instructional days in a school week, or who violated their agreement. Now, tiered re-engagement strategies are triggered if any of the following occurs. 1, the student fails to generate attendance for more than 10% of the required minimum instructional time over 4 continuous weeks. And 2, the student does not participate in synchronous instructional offerings for more than 50% of the scheduled time of synchronous instruction in a school month. An additional revision to the general requirements section is regarding notifying parents and guardians when there is a lack of participation. This must occur within 1 school day of recording non-attendance or lack of participation. We also added language specific to when a transition plan is required. For students in independent study for 15 days or more, a transition plan is required upon parent request and within 5 instructional days. In the master agreement and learning agreement sections, additional language is included that speaks to the need for the signature of the case manager or a licensed member of the IEP team on the written agreement. The student parent educator conferences section has also been revised to include language to clarify when a parent or guardian conferencing occurs before an independent study assignment. This needs to occur upon a parent's request and before the signing of the agreement and assignment to independent study. A final section on records was revised to reflect that independent study records must be maintained for 3 years or as appropriate for auditing purposes. Next steps. Those are all of the major policy revisions for the board policy. Our next steps will be to bring the policy back for a second reading on April 13th and for approval on the 27th. We will continue to update the administrative regulations for this policy.
Thank you so much. Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Okay, hopping right into board discussion. Member Kayada.
So I'm still traumatized on behalf of my son, who is in the special ed department, with how independent study was handled for him. We were forced to sign IEPs saying that we could provide these services virtually that we were previously told could never be provided virtually. When schools reopened, we were told, you now need to re-engage those. You cannot give them virtually anymore, even though apparently it was FAPE for us to have them for the previous year. This policy does make amendments to our independent study for students with an IEP. I don't think it goes far enough to protect the interests of these children. I think requiring essentially the full team or the IEP to specifically provide for participation makes it too easy to deny these students with disabilities the services they need if they choose for whatever reason to be in an independent study program. I think we need language that essentially gives parents the option to accept certain things, certain parts of the offer of FAPE in a manner that still allows them to do independent study. It seems the way it's written here is it's basically bipolar or bimodal, where you're essentially an in-person student and you do in-person special ed, or you're an independent student and some things are available to you but some aren't, and if you don't like it, you don't have to sign the IEP, and that's unacceptable. I use that word too much, I'm sorry, but it really is in this case. So I think we need to build in some flexibility, some protection for parents in this area. This is not a criticism, of course, at all. This is our first reading, so this is where I'd like to see this go. I'm sure some district in the country has figured out a way to protect students with disabilities while also having independent study programs and not making it a choice between learning the way you want to learn and getting the independent or the special ed services you need. I think is there any questions about that? I want to make sure I'm clear because we're not going far enough here. Okay, thank you.
I understood that.
Thank you, Member Kayada. Seeing that there's no other board comment, and this is a first reading, this will be coming back to us in consecutive meetings in April. Thank you so much. We're going to move to item 11.6, review and approval of amendment number 1. That's going to be Ms. Ramos. Hello.
All righty, here we are again. Here's a contract before you for the Lozano Smith, the legal contract to increase it by $800,000 for the 22-23 school year. They were originally at $2 million, and they've been providing services in the area of special ed, employment matters, charters, and so now we're bringing this item before you so that you can approve this amendment in the amount of $800,000, and in June or thereabouts, we will bring back to you the 23-24 annual contract as a separate action item. So if there are any questions.
Do we have public comment?
We do. We have Nikki Malevsky, and John Borsos has given her 2 minutes as well, so she has 4 minutes.
I know you guys are surprised to hear from me.
No, not at all.
No, it's not.
Not at all. Welcome.
Hi again. Here to speak about increasing Lozano Smith contract from $2 million to $2.8 million for the remainder of the 22-23 school year. Superintendent Aguilar and Lozano Smith has pulled the same stunt in the last 2 years when he increased the Lozano Smith contract to the same $800,000 from $2 million to $2.8 million, related to, and I quote, numerous pending and recent matters primarily with its labor associations. Only in previous years that was slid into the consent agenda and never came before the board for any kind of discussion. While we appreciate Ann Collins maybe providing satisfactory counsel to the school board on parliamentary procedures and other governance issues, the primary expense from Lozano and Smith has been contract negotiations and labor relations. Lozano Smith, along with its outside consultant, Pam Manweller, and Superintendent Aguilar, were the primary strategists of the district's labor strategy that led to the California Public Employee Relations Board issuing 22 unfair labor practices against SCUSD. That makes it, as you know, number one in the whole state of California for the number of complaints that have been issued against it. The 22nd one was just issued this Tuesday about Mr. Aguilar's refusal to bargain and discuss community schools. The same labor strategy team of Lozano Smith, Manweller, and Aguilar are responsible for the 8-day strike by classified and certificated staff in the spring of 2022. It's also responsible for the decision to walk away from the table, which led to a $47 million penalty for lost instructional days. Lozano Smith's shoddy legal work has resulted in extraordinary remedies of having to pay SCTA's legal fees as punitive measures. In one instance, after losing a decision regarding the employee's termination and having to pay SCTA's attorney fees, Lozano Smith actually contested the amount of money for those attorney fees that the district owed. And in the appeal, Lozano Smith racked up another $1 million or more in attorney's fees. And then the district was forced to pay an additional $600,000 to compensate SCTA for defending ourselves against your frivolous lawsuit. In another instance, the labor relations teams sued the teachers for enforcing a 2017 contract, which included restructuring the salary schedule. The district's lawsuit was thrown out of court. SCTA won the $14 million arbitration decision, and then PERB ruled that the district's lawsuit against the union had been unlawful and awarded SCTA its legal fees. We should also mention that over $500,000 the district has had to pay to strikers during the one-day 2019 strike because of the rotten legal advice from Lozano Smith. The contract with SCUSD requires Lozano Smith to provide on a monthly basis a matrix and brief description of the matters assigned to Lozano Smith. Has that matrix been provided? Have you seen it? If so, why isn't it shared with the public? Understanding that certain information identifying students, of course, would need to be blocked out, right? But the contract says that SCUSD's in-house counsel will monitor periodically, at least quarterly, those statements and invoices from Lozano Smith. Who's monitoring those? Lozano Smith? Moreover, extending this contract is a continuation of the failed labor relations policy of Aguilar, Manweller, and Lozano Smith. We urge you to reject increasing this contract and then immediately begin the process for interviewing other firms to take over when Lozano Smith's full contract expires in June of 2023. As part of that review process, we strongly recommend reaching out to families and students with disabilities to understand their experience in dealing with Lozano Smith when it comes to ensuring that their students get the services that they need and are entitled to, which has been a huge problem with your district's legal firm. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nikki. Is there any other public comment?
There is not.
Okay, we're gonna go into board discussion, first starting with Member Singh.
All right, thank you. So I have a comment, but before I give a comment, I also want to state that I'm prepared to make a motion once everybody's conversations have been had first. I know there's a process. I want to make sure everybody's heard. So please do come back to me since I'm prepared to provide some level of a motion. So this contract extension amount to me seems excessive, not because I don't understand what legal work is and the fact that it does cost money, but because of the ask for an additional $800,000 while we are still looking to fill an open position for in-house counsel. I'm also not comfortable providing this additional funding until it is truly or absolutely needed. At the last board meeting, I requested an audit of Lozano Smith to better understand what legal areas the firm is working in. And yes, I'm already aware that this includes special education and labor negotiations, for example, but I would like this to be broken out so we as a board can begin to understand how our contracts are done, especially with legal. It's my understanding that this contract does expire in June of this year. So in addition to my request from last week, I'd like to know the process on what we do as a board to hire contractors, including outside legal counsel. So is there a bidding process? If so, how do we go about doing that? How do you go about building out that decision, Superintendent? Finally, I'm asking you, Mr. Superintendent, that our HR team present the hiring woes for this position that we've had thus far and offer solutions to this board. I don't think it's okay that we have not had in-house counsel for this long. So an example of a solution, are we able to raise the salary schedule for this position? Are we able to offer a better package so that we can attract higher quality applicants to our district to come support our students? So come back to me at the end, but I do have a motion.
Member Kayada.
So in response to one of Nikki's comments, I would like to say that I am very satisfied with Anne. I know I am an incredibly difficult client, and I would not want to have an attorney for a client myself, so thank you. But with that said, I fully agree with Member Singh. We need to have a strong in-house counsel. We have two positions that have been unfilled for, I believe, a year and a half. I could be wrong on the timing, but it's been a while since we had Mr. Bozio here. Well, he's still here, but he's a contractor. Since we've had him here as an independent counsel, an employee. There's a lot that I think we get out of having in-house counsel, even though we still need to maintain a lot of separate legal services. We have more cohesion with our departments. We have more cohesion with understanding the direction of the board. Case in point, we have a contract that we're approving here tonight, and I am not sure who signed it because the district does not have an attorney on staff. I don't know if a contract analyst reviewed this or it's things like that where I really want to have our own counsel to be able to represent our interests. And, you know, I mentioned how satisfied I am with Anne's representation, you know, to the board. I don't know about anything else she's involved in with the district necessarily. I don't understand why we haven't hired someone, and I think part of that is because the position doesn't pay well enough. I want someone like Anne to represent us as our employee, and Anne will not come here for what we're going to pay her. So we need to increase the pay, and we need to take seriously the need to do this. And I agree with Member Singh that the way we do this is we hold the district's feet essentially to the fire, that you're coming back for more money or you're going to have our position. But this is not a blank check until the end of the fiscal year. And we're not going to do this again next year for another $2 million that will be increased to $2.8 million. It'll still exist. We're still going to have outside representation for some matters, but we need an in-house counsel.
Thank you, Member Kayada. We are going to Member Pritchett.
Thank you, and I appreciate both of your comments. I think it's a fair request that we kind of audit the requests that Lozano Smith has been doing for us. I'd like to see like how many RFIs that you currently are processing. What's the money being spent on those? And then for special ed cases, and all of that whole breakdown. So I think that would be super helpful when we go forth. I am not opposed to having an in-house counsel. We've had an in-house counsel in the past, and I agree. Maybe we need to look at raising, the amount of, of what. I think it's something that we can definitely explore for sure. But in terms of this very contract that we have in front of us tonight, I think it's super important just because even Ms. Molesky had talked about like the importance of special ed, and we know that there are special ed cases coming up very soon, right? And so we need to be able to approve this contract tonight to work on the special ed cases, amongst other things.
Okay. We have nobody in the queue. Member Singh, you're not in the queue, but you wanted to make a motion of some sort, so.
Yeah, I just want to respond to that. I absolutely understand that we have to get this work done. I would just like to see the data. I need to see the information. So I'm being asked to approve something without actually having seen the breakdown. So if I see the breakdown where special ed, how much is costing to do special ed, how much money is going to labor negotiations, I'm happy to revisit this later. So my motion is going to be a motion that provides some level of funding so that we can come back and the district can give us more information to make a more informed decision. So my motion is to approve this at 200K instead of 800K and to report back with the status of hiring in-house counsel by the next board meeting. Just a status update.
Have an update.
Just have an update. Yes, not the full report. Just need to have an update.
Thank you for that. Superintendent, really quickly, at 200,000, we have a big break in between and the work product that has to be done by our outside labor folks. How much do you think is needed in that? Besides that, obviously, you said 800, but I said besides that, what's reasonable and the amount of work that's needed to be done. So could you speak towards that?
Absolutely, and I just want to ask Member Singh for clarification. Member Singh, you're saying that a certain amount, but that by the next board meeting, that I provide an update on hiring status for an in-house legal counsel.
Yes, and the reason I'll just tell you why I'm cutting the amount down is that I still don't see where the funding is going directly. So if there are outstanding contract needs, I don't see them.
Okay, and to answer your question, Member Rhodes, part of my own assessment of this is our next board meeting isn't until April 13th, I believe, and we have, of course, spring break coming up. I really do appreciate the sentiment because in my time here, I don't think any board member of any of our boards has ever asked of staff to consider paying staff higher salaries. And I think that certainly is something that we need to look into. I know Dr. McCarn has already started the process of looking at other, particularly urban school districts and how they structure their legal department, legal services department. And so she's already on that so that we can provide some recommendations on that. But to be more specific in answering your question, Member Rhodes, and in order not to put ourselves in a position where we're out of contract because we've expended the amount that we have today, I would feel more comfortable making a commitment to come back with an update on April 13th around the hiring process of an in-house legal counsel with major adjustments. But also feel that amount of 200,000 might put us in a position where we would have to hold some kind of special board meeting to approve a higher amount, along with a commitment to provide the information that you requested, Member Singh, of further breakdown of the current contract and how an amount up to answer your question again, I would propose more than 200,000 would be used before the April 14th or April 13th board meeting, April 13th
How
or
much
April 14th.
How much you're saying? You're saying more? You're saying the number you originally said?
No,
I
would feel more comfortable with probably 400,000, President Rhodes.
So I'm just going to have a conversation up here with you. So I guess my question back is, are you saying that we're going to do $200,000 worth of work in the next 3 weeks? Or are you saying that there's money owed and the contract is not complete, the $2 million has been used up?
I think the way that I'm thinking about the actual request here is that we have a certain amount up to which we are authorized, but not an amount that I intend to spend. And that I come back to the board with an update on hopefully saving some of that amount by hiring an in-house legal counsel. I'd want to come back and give you a breakdown of the work that is happening over the next weeks, and not be in a position where we have to hold some kind of special board meeting because, in fact, it might be over 200,000, if you will. I don't have that amount right now, Member Singh, but I would just feel more comfortable not having to come back and hold a special board meeting to increase that amount.
So the reason I'm asking, and the reason I'm saying this, is contracts have 30 days. So there's no way that we will get billed and owe money to Lozano Smith in the next 30 days before our next board meeting. We have 30 days to pay them. We can actually have this conversation at the next board meeting. And if we are looking to exceed the $200,000, we can approve it at the next board meeting. So I'm trying to give you an amount that continues the work, but also make sure that we're being responsible. And I don't see our work stopping because we can't get billed, and we can't get docked for not turning something in or paying someone, because it's not going to be 30 days.
Sure.
I mean, the contract says we have 30 days to pay.
Yeah.
So.
And again, because I obviously don't know what questions are going to be asked, I don't have the details of what is owed based on whatever amount you set as a threshold at the moment. And I don't know if Ms. Ramos or anybody else has it right now. I, of course, would make a commitment not to spend a suggested amount because I'm hearing loudly and clearly what you're asking for. And again, I just want to avoid having to call that meeting, but I will take the board's direction, of course.
I appreciate the comments. I really do believe that I do want to stick with the motion that I'm offering, simply because the way I read the contract, we don't actually owe the funds right now. And if we were to owe funds, it would take 30 days for us to pay them. And our next board meeting is within that threshold, so we can meet and discuss. And I am not in a position where you come back here next time and the presentation is we owe money. I'm sure this board is not going to sit around and say, no, we're not going to pay our contractors. So I know it's very different from your ask of $800,000, and I am trying to keep the work moving forward, but also really showcasing that we are really committed to having staff on board in-house that can support the work that we're doing.
So there's a motion on the table for reducing funds of from 800 to 200, and that it will come back and have conversations around a report from the superintendent. Report from the superintendent around the work that's being done to hire on full-time staff, and to any other approval of any other monies that would be given to outside legal services. Is there a second to that motion? Gracie has a second to that motion. Okay, we have a couple more board discussions. There's a motion and a second. We'll go to our members here. Member Pritchett.
Thank you. I just want to point out that in the considerations, this is not to exceed that amount. It doesn't mean that they will spend that amount. And I'm feeling very uncomfortable just because we've had discussions about other contracts, and we're talking about we don't want to be out of contract, but then we're talking about this contract, and we may be out of contract if we don't approve money to handle the cases that they would have to go fight from now. So I'm feeling just kind of like uneasy, because on one hand you're saying it's not okay here, but it's okay here. You know what I mean? And so I'm just feeling kind of uneasy about that. And I just really wanted to point out that it says not to exceed that amount, and at least to do 6, just to be safe. And then, I mean, that doesn't mean they're going to spend 6, and then we talk about more of it at the next board meeting. But I'm just feeling kind of uncomfortable about this conversation right now.
Member Kayada.
So I'm not going to put words in Member Singh's mouth, but to me, $200,000 makes sense, because this contract is March, April, May, June. That's $200,000 for each month, adding up to $800,000. And I am fully supportive of this because of the accountability it puts on the district and on Lozano Smith to make sure that we have updates on our progress in a general counsel. My expectation is we're not going to have a general counsel hired by our next board meeting, which means this contract will be back again, and we'll do another $200,000, or maybe we'll do $400,000 that time, give it a little more time, depending on what the update is from superintendent Or maybe we have enough information and are satisfied enough that we really do have a candidate in the pipeline and we were say, okay, let's close this till the end of the fiscal year. I just don't want to be in a situation where we approve this tonight and there's no urgency for the superintendent and staff to actually move towards hiring the in-house counsel that we're expressing that we want. And we're going to be approving a new $2 million contract come June. She said it sounds like micromanaging, and it does, because I have been asking for board policy 3100 to be changed for months now, and it hasn't, and there's no urgency, and I think this calls for urgency because we have one employee right now, the superintendent. We could have a general counsel who directly assists the board. We don't have that position right now. It's really important for us to be able to adequately do our jobs, to have this person who has a full control of the legal services of the district and who can oversee our outside counsel. We are not working here full time. We all have jobs. We don't have the time to get into the news site. It doesn't make sense for us to do so. We need to have a staff who can do that for us. And I don't see outside counsel as doing that particular thing. There are many great things that outside legal counsel need to do that's not appropriate for in-house counsel. And I don't think it would ever make sense for us to build up a legal department that does all these things, because then you'd have people who they need to make more money and they're going to be bored half the time because there's a lot of work, but it's not a full-time job for every little thing. So that makes sense, right? But we just need to have someone who directly reports to the board, who is our employee, who can assist us in this area. And yes, I am expecting to, I'm tying the $200,000 to a real update to make sure that when we get an update on hiring the general counsel, and by the way, we do have a second position also unfilled, that it's really tied to something real. Because if we don't have an update that we're satisfied with, and this contract ends out, then we have no services. So that's a real consequence. So a little bit micromanaging, but it is more a request of the superintendent that has teeth. We're talking about teeth earlier tonight. That's essentially what this is to me. And again, I'm not dissatisfied with Ann's services at all. And I think that we can make this happen, but it's been too long that apparently it's been satisfactory not to have in-house counsel. I think there's gaps that are happening in our district, as I mentioned to Rose earlier, about why we don't know what's going on with our contracts. There are gaps that need to be filled by having this role.
Side note, Member Kayada, you're talking about teeth and gaps and all kind of things. You sound like a dentist, FYI. So just a little bit levity in the space. We are going to go to Member Villa.
It is late and I am tired, so my apologies in advance. But yes, I would absolutely love to have in-counsel here again. I love Ann for the work she's doing. It's a lot of work. And in-house counsel would be wonderful. And I think that this board can all get behind, yes, that's what we want to have. But let's be honest and let's be realistic with the amount of work that is coming at us that our legal counsel has to digest on a daily basis. It is so much work. And we see these things that come in. So we need to be honest with ourselves as much as we want these things and we think 800 to 200 to 4 to 6. For me personally, I would rather have more of a cushion to get the work done, knowing the amount of requests that come in for our legal counsel versus, well, this is just what. I'm just going to say this. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. Thanks. But I'll go ahead and just move on and just say that I'd rather maybe meet in the middle between 4 and 6. And yeah, let's get legal counsel in-house. Absolutely. That's what y'all want to do. I'm in for it 100%. But let's also acknowledge the amount of work that has to be done on a daily basis in this district.
So were you offering an amendment to his motion?
Yeah, I would like to go back to 4. That's what the superintendent's recommending. I would like to do the 400,000, and then we can look at that again, but I would rather go with a recommendation versus, again, this is not my wheelhouse, nor is it anybody on this dais of understanding the amount of work and the budget that goes into this process. So we need to also respect that.
Okay, so there's a friendly amendment on the table. and then member Singh has to actually accept the friendly. He's gonna tell us right now. So, member Singh, floor is yours, sir.
Friendly's really nice, but I'm going to sound unfriendly, but I'm going to say no. And I can chat with you afterwards, Christina, and I'm happy to chat with superintendent as well. I really want to make the point that we can increase this $200,000 at a time. We meet every 2 weeks. I have no issue having this conversation again. We have one break coming up, but this money will get us through to the next conversation. And in terms of what do we do, I mean, everybody can feel what they do, but we're up here. We literally talked about this for an hour with the earlier resolution about how we're here to make a difference. We're here to push things forward, to move things forward. It is not comfortable because it's different from what has been done in the past. And also, I mean, I can say it out loud. I mean, I gave the superintendent a heads up. You know, I made it clear that these are concerns to me, and it's not a surprise. I'm not up here to get someone hit out of left field about this. It's just how I feel about us moving that direction. It's not about us wanting in-house counsel and us moving towards that world. We have had in-house counsel. Our in-house counsel is a consultant for our district now. Didn't go anywhere. Just came back to us as a consultant. This goes back to the staffing woes of our district. Trying to build out a cabinet so the superintendent can actually get his job done to support him. So by saying, get yourself an in-house counsel, it's actually to support the superintendent. So either way, I would first like to vote on my motion since I didn't accept the friendly, so I'd like to see where that goes first.
We're gonna go ahead and vote on the motion. Student preferential. Their motion to cut it to $200,000 and come back with recommendations or hear what superintendent has done to hire in-house counsel. Is that right? Okay.
I'm neutral. There you go.
Okay. He's neutral. Okay, can you have a roll call vote, please?
Member Jean.
Aye.
Member Kayada.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Yes.
Member Pritchett.
I'm going to say yes, just to get some of this off the table right now so we can start moving on with these discussions and we can keep moving with our special ed cases. But that is the only reason why I'm voting yes right now. I'm just going to put that on the
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Singh.
Aye.
Member Villa.
No.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you, everyone. Now we're going to 11.7.
We still have stuff?
We still no.
Hi again, it's my night, I guess. All right, I'll make this brief. We're bringing to you our contract for our annual audit. This is required by Ed Code. It's not an option, and they are auditing our 22-23 fiscal year. They're scheduled to come out, assuming the contract gets approved tonight, mid-May. What the audit firm does is they audit our financial data. They test various programs, the federal and state, to make sure that they're in accordance with the auditing standards. They also audit our attendance, independent study, instructional minutes, and they test for internal controls when it comes to student body fundraising. And every year they do select random school sites to test at those levels for attendance and some other records. And our audit firm is Crow, LPP, and the amount is $145,000. And so, yep, if you have any questions, happy to take them.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
Okay. Going to board discussion, we have in the queue member Kayada.
So you can all blame me for this, and I want to thank Rose and the superintendent for getting this off consent because I asked. I don't remember when I asked, but you didn't really have time to prepare like you would have wanted to. So thank you for doing this. I think it is really important that we are very deliberate about our audit services to make sure that our financial house is in order. I have no problem with Crow. They are a highly respected international firm who provide amazing services. I've reviewed many of their audits. They're great. My problem is not with Crow. There are two things that I'm looking for today, and I will make a motion depending on if anyone else has any comments. But first, sorry? Oh, well, now you've just agreed to it, so. The first thing I would like for us to do is to engage with Crow to talk about an addendum to the agreement we have with them to increase our audit services. And I'm thinking about a significant increase, like potentially double the cost of the contract, because I think we need to act as if our district is in the dire straits that we keep getting warned it could be in. Act like we are where we are 4 years from now if our negative projections come true and the state's in a deficit. So treat us like the highest risk auditee. Look at a lot more of the funds than are necessary and required under the audit standards. Audit a significantly higher number of transactions in any given fund. If there's a low risk fund, you maybe can just pull one or two, pull the big one and maybe one small one to keep it random. But I'm asking for more than that. Additionally, the audit services that offer limited procedures in this engagement letter, I would like to, I don't know if we can actually get those signed off by Crow. We would have to talk to, or you would have to talk to them. But have MD&A, they're not going to touch that. But the budget comparison schedules, I want them to really, really tell us what's going on with our budgets, because they are often really off more than other districts. And I'm not blaming you or any of your staff. It's very complicated. Let's have someone else come in here and tell us what's up and put it in the report so we can see it. Otherwise, I would just say Crow knows what they can offer us that they're not offering us right now. I'm sure they'd be happy to bill us. Let's ask them what we can do to get a better sense of our finances. So that would be one thing, and I will clarify later with a motion. The other thing that I would like to do is to request that staff, when we go back out for next year's audit, it's too late to do this year's audit. We have Crow, I'm good with that. But I would like to have an RFQ go out to look at the other firms in the area that can provide these services. And that's not because I don't trust Crow or their services or their reputation or any of the audits they've done for us. It's that we've been using them for 10 plus years. Even if the audit team, the audit lead changes and rotates, I'm sure they have a basic standard template that they use when they audit school districts. And I would just like to have a set of fresh eyes come in there. I think it's generally a best practice, even if it's not required by audit standards, that we audit actual audit shops and not just auditors year to year. Maybe not every year, of course, but it's been more than 10 years. I think it's time to bring someone else in. So did anyone else want to talk? They don't.
What is your?
I'm going to make the motion.
Oh, okay.
So my motion is three things. One is to approve this contract. Two is to have Rose work with Crow to come back at the next board meeting or the subsequent one. I think that should be enough time with a supplemental agreement that we can sign to increase services. And then the third thing is to make plans for next year that we solicit bids from other firms.
Okay, so is there a second for Member Kayada's motion? Would you like the motion repeated, MVP? Do you want to repeat it from Member Kayada or possibly from Ann?
I think I got it. All right. Approve.
Actions only to
Three parts.
trying to do.
Number one, approve the contract. Number two, have Rose come back at the next meeting or at the subsequent meeting with a supplemental to increase services. Okay. Number three, make plans for in future years to solicit new firms to do this work. Did I get that right? There you go.
Okay. So there's a motion and second on the floor. We have also Member Jean in the queue. Member Jean, go ahead.
Just wanted to confirm, are they responsible for auditing our unaudited actuals?
Yes,
Okay.
they audit, all of our financial statements.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Member Jean. All right. My time is up, guys. So we have a motion and a second. We will go ahead and have student preferential vote?
Yes.
Okay, Superintendent?
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
Aye.
Member Pritchett?
I'll say aye to the first part and the second part. Like, again, we're trying to have midnight meetings every board meeting. And, oh, yes, aye.
We'll make
For
sure.
the action.
We'll talk with exec committee to
That's
make
right.
sure that we're,
Yeah, for sure.
for sure.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Okay, and then side note, if you ever get a chance to talk to Crow, Member Kayada has a great tagline. He said, "Crow knows," and I think that should be a tagline for their company going forward.
It's 11:30. This is your second dad joke.
Dad jokes. Dad jokes. I'm trying to add some levity here. Okay, so now we're moving on to communication superintendent report, item 12.1.
No report this evening, Member Rhodes.
You didn't hear them say no. Okay, President report. I will forego my report in this late hour. Information sharing by board members. We are going to go ahead. Everybody, queue up. That's beautiful. Member Villa.
I just wanted to share a few things that are coming. Project Lifelong is an amazing skateboarding camp that'll be on Tuesday nights at Will C. Wood. That'll be starting in April, and it's going to be awesome. I talked to them today, and we have so many great opportunities with this starter. It feeds from middle school to high school, so it'll also work with Hiram Johnson. And the goal, obviously, is to roll this out district-wide, but skateboarding out at Will C. Wood, you'll be able to see it from the street. I'm really excited about that. Also, students from McClatchy, West Campus, and John F. Kennedy at the CKM Theater on March 21st from 6 to 9 for the Sacramento Urban Debate League, the public debate fundraiser. My daughter's debate teacher actually sent this to me before I even found out here. But it will be, the students will be the debaters going against elected officials, Assemblymember McCarty, our Lieutenant Governor. So that's really exciting. Again, it's a fundraiser for them to be able to travel to go to different debate leagues. Four, I just want to acknowledge our district communications team, Mr. Heap, and all of our wonderful staff who won 4 awards for their work in communications. So just kudos to you and your team. I want to make sure we acknowledge you. And of course, I know everybody else is going to say it too, but John Cabrillo on Saturday, you know, my baby wide open walls. I love it. I'm so excited. Free brake light repairs from 12 to 2. But the event from is 12 to 4, so I will be there. Free brake light repairs, yeah. Isn't
Free
that
brake
awesome?
light repairs.
From 12 to 2.
Yes, we need to get free brake repairs too, because I would love to get my brakes looked at.
That would be nice.
I'm just saying, if we're gonna do something. Okay, sorry, Member Pritchett.
Sorry, only because I promised. I just want to say congratulations to Mr. Stafford and the Rosemont Robotics team for an amazing performance last weekend at the Ventura County Regional Robotics Competition. There's 12 students, and they were assisted by 3 mentors and an alumni coach, and they were invited to join the number 2 Alliance team and took 2nd place in the finals. And that means they've qualified for the 2023 First Championships presented by the BAE system in Houston, Texas. So they're headed for the 2nd time to the championship. So just go Big Blue. Congratulations. And that is it for me. Oh, and sorry, you stole my thunder. Congratulations to our communications team.
All right, go Big Blue. All right, party foul. Member Kayada.
So first of all, I would like to send well wishes to my UCLA Bruins in March Madness, and I do have them winning the tournament in my bracket. I don't know, it hasn't worked out well for me, but maybe this year. Also, I would like to encourage everyone to come to the community fair at John Cabrillo and the Wide Open Walls. Thank you, Member Villa, for bringing that up, because the meeting you weren't here, I informally challenged you to a contest to see if we can get more people than you had at Elder Creek. So it's not going to happen, but it'd be great if everyone can show up. And it's going to be amazing and very, right on a big thoroughfare right by the freeway. It's going to really brighten up the whole community and the school. So really looking forward to that. And then finally, Member Rhodes and I will be hosting a community forum on school safety, and that is scheduled for April 1st. And details are to come, but we will have district staff there. You're welcome. Everyone is welcome to come. We wanted to keep it focused on kind of Pocket and our areas because there was a lot of specific concerns there, but it's something that I hope we can roll out, in all the other areas as well. I didn't want it to get too out of hand and be district-wide. I thought it makes sense. We have different security needs in different areas of the city.
This is something this is something that we will, for board members who are anxious to do the same, this is something that we can talk about and collaborate to do something specific for your trustee area. All trustees are invited, but this is actually specifically for the area at Kennedy High School. We will get information out to board and community members when the time is appropriate. Thank you, Member Kayada. Member Jean.
Member Villa covered it.
Perfect. Member Singh.
All right, try to make this quick. Tahoe Elementary continues to win in basketball, so watch out for them. So on, I believe it was Monday or Tuesday, was Sikh New Year. So Happy New Year to me, and Happy New Year to you all. I'm happy to talk about that at a later time. I also want to mention that I had talked about the Know Your Rights earlier, and I brought it up earlier during the presentation that was going on. The meeting with Black Parallel School Board, NAACP, Sacramento Public Defender's Office is on Tuesday. If anyone wants to hop in on that Zoom, let me know. We still have not finalized the date because I want to make sure everybody's actually getting their voice in. I didn't want to kind of rush to a decision. So if you're free, I'll send you a message. Just shoot me an email or something if you want to join. And lastly, I just want to reiterate that I'm really glad that we were able to pass the resolution tonight. And I'm hoping that the community sees the great work that this district does and will continue to do for our students, especially our trans students. So thank you so much.
Thank you. No? Okay. MVP, Member Phillips.
I just want to report out that I read some stories this week to students, and one of them included Walter the Farting Dog, which was a fantastic read. Where were we at? John Still?
John Still.
And Edward Fuddwupper, Fibbed Big. These are very important books in my life with my son. I just wanted to share that one happy thing before I get into some semi-negative elephant in the room stuff. I think there are some bigger issues that we still need to be working on with regard to anti-racism and anti-bias regarding a specific incident that happened this last week. I have concerns maybe about how it was handled. I'm not necessarily in charge of all that, but I want to make sure that we are championing healing and not punishment. And I know that we have not the best record for, expulsions and suspensions, but I believe there's got to be a different way to work on what kind of trauma our students experience at school and what level of appreciation they have for who they are. And you guys all know what incident I'm talking about? Okay, so I'm going to try not to say the word because, I really want to just say it. Y'all ready? Okay, so the word of the week is nigger bucks. And that is a word that has so many negative connotations behind it. And I think that any student who uses that type of language has trauma. If it's trauma fed by parents who might be teaching them racist kind of ways to act, if it is children of color who maybe don't have as much knowledge about who they are and how to defend themselves, we as a district really need to look into not penalizing our students for maybe not knowing, and as a social worker, Sometimes you can talk to your kid and you have to give them 2 and 3 warnings. And I think when it comes to racial injustices in our schools perpetuated by students, we have a bigger responsibility to make sure that we're leading the effort in that as well. So I did want to get that word on the record. Again, it is nigger bucks, and it makes people feel uncomfortable. And I really think that we need to come from a trauma-informed perspective when we're dealing with students and racial types of issues. Thanks.
Thank you, MVP. With that, we're going to move to sorry, finding my place. Apologize. Okay, we're back. We're going to go to the consent agenda, I believe. Yes. Say it again. Consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Motion.
I'd like to pull expulsion number 14 to be reconsidered at our next board.
You'd like to pull expulsion number 14 to be reconsidered at the next board meeting. So is your motion to accept all?
Yes, accept everything else and just asking to pull expulsion number 14. Otherwise, I'm happy to approve the consent agenda.
Pulling 14 at the next, to discuss at the next board meeting. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Okay. Student preferential.
Aye.
Can we have a board vote?
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada? Member Phillips? Member Pritchett? Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. The business financial information, received information, 4.1, and future board meeting dates and locations, April 13th, 2023, April 27th, 2023. Adjournment. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Yes, whatever you guys say.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay, good night, everyone.